What's up, Facebook? I am live on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok all at one time. Be sure you're following the correct pages right out the gate. There are a lot of fraudulent pages. I've been doing this now for a little over 3 years, and there are thousands of fraudulent pages, fraudulent people, and scammers who never, ever promote my books. So that's the first thing straight out the gate. #1 bestsellers right here. So Linktree, LINKTR period. That's where the period goes. /1776 Nation. You'll find all of my official accounts. If you're following me on TikTok or if you're following me on Instagram, you need to go check out my other pages where I can provide actual text material. All right, Instagram and TikTok is not where you need to be to find your quote-unquote news, all right, or information. Because unfortunately, videos just don't do it justice. All right, you can only talk so long, and then you lose people's attention. Attention spans in America are why the United States looks the way it does. Short attention span. You want a 5-star filet mignon from a freaking microwave that was built in like 1960. All right, ain't gonna happen. All right, it's not gonna be that way. All right, it takes time, and you got to study. And so many Americans, you look atrocious still. I love you, but some of you just look atrocious. All right. The comment boxes and my inboxes show that you're still guilty of opening your mouth like the birds in a nest, and you'll just listen to anybody as long as it's short, concise, and then something you didn't have to go read and study yourself. That is the old America. That is the reason why you have a man leading the face, the imagery, all right, of this right here. 45-47. It's there for a reason. That is a visual validation that this is a strategic plan, strategic operation, special operation. Like a broken record, daily, weekly, podcast I'm on. This is all you need right here. Therefore, in order to comprehend that, you need to lose all the drama, all the propaganda, and all the influencers who are using drama and propaganda, not laws and orders, to mislead you, but also rattle your emotions and your feelings. Now, some people don't like my delivery, and that's okay. I am who I am. I am just being me. I have a deep voice for a reason, but I speak the way I do because, one, I was raised this way. Two, my dad and grandfathers had deep voices. And then three, it's also to rattle you in the correct way, to shake you the correct way. If you want something different, then you don't keep repeating the same things that you've always done. You know what they call that? They call that insanity. That's exactly what that is. And too many people are guilty of being on social media, and you just want to have a name and a voice. You just want to have a comment. And I understand that from another standpoint that, look, you're a person, you're a civilian, all right? But you got to be fed the correct things. And if you're not fed the correct things, then some of your voices and some of your comments are going to look bad, sad, atrocious, shameful, disgraceful, discolorful, whatever terminology you want to put on it. I don't want you to look that way. President Trump don't want you to look that way. The military don't want you to look that way. Like, the good guys and gals don't want you to look that way. So this is a true battle of spiritual warfare and then information warfare. Now, I'm not a preacher. I'm not a preacher, pastor, evangelist, anything. Don't claim to be. But I do know a little bit of the Bible. But what's crazy about it is atheists know the Bible better than some Christians do. People who are evil know the Bible better than Christians do. But the Bible does say this specifically. Why would he come after you if he don't have anything to steal? See, the devil comes after people when they have something to steal. And when they have something to steal, most influencers out there, they don't have anything to steal. Just moving lips. Same old drama, same old propaganda from days of old. This strategic plan and operation was put into place to bust that up, to put that in days of old, to expose the swamp, get rid of the swamp. And too many people are still following swamp rats that replicate the swamp and or are the swamp, and they're trying to grow back, and they're trying to keep that foothold just enough, and they're bringing you down with it. So guys like me don't care about my reputation. I don't care about all the people out there who do slander, defame, and all those things. Right? I'm like Tom Hogan now. I don't give a dang what you think about me. We are here for a plan and a purpose. And it's time that everybody, again, you realize where we are in this battle and make sure that you're on the correct side of history. Now, you can still be a good person and being misled and following someone who's misleading you as that, like they're your pillar that you go to, and they be bad or just not official, and you still make it okay. But you could have put them behind and unfollow them and come over to somewhere that's going to lead you to the correct information that the commander-in-chief is working with. And the problem we have is so many people, you think you have a respect for the military, and maybe you do from a distance, but also from another standpoint, but you don't have a respect for the military from the aspect of military operates with laws and orders. Our own laws and orders, separate from federal and separate from state. We have our own laws, orders, regulations, strategies, tactics. And also in our special operations of the United States Army, special operations, it tells you specifically in unconventional warfare, when you know the good guys are in control, but some of you don't know the good guys are in control because you don't know anything good. All you know is drama and propaganda. But when the good guys are in control, and gals, are in control of this nation, using the correct laws and orders for the restoration, but also the maintaining and sustaining of our origin, history, foundation, it specifically says in our Special Operations Command, unconventional warfare, that during a revolution, that whether the United States government supports the policies, that the military can act. That's why so many people, you look shaken, you get shook over the smallest, tiniest little things. And even things like way back when FJB became a slogan, or Let's Go Brandon, even that showed you still didn't know what was going on because you didn't even have to chant that, because this man is the face, image, brand, likeness, everything, the face of a military operation. You didn't even have to chant any of that stuff. Chanting that still showed you were captured and controlled by emotions and feelings. So you didn't even have to do any of that stuff. And the same thing that's going on right now, people are getting hung up on like a governor or a mayor. You get hung up on things that you wouldn't even have to get hung up on if you knew what this stood for. And if you knew the military laws and the military orders right now, currently in vote. All your southern border, Texas, New Mexico, California, all your southern border, Arizona, didn't forget y'all, all your southern border, Proclamation 9844 from February 2019. So how is President Trump a threat, a dictator, and all these, if every single one of those Title 10 orders made it from 2018, 2019, 2020, to present day? So if I didn't know what I know, which is unconventional warfare, irregular warfare, government in exile, puppet government, tactics of using civil affairs and military separate, that made it look like to the public there were two presidents, if you know what I know. But even if you didn't know, then you really don't know, so then you didn't even know. You thought Joe was actual president. He wasn't. This has all been done in the 1940s. It's not old fogey, even if it sounds like it. It's not far-fetched, even if it sounds like it. It's already been done before. That's how we know it works, and we can use it again. It's a strategy and a tactic. And why Republicans, conservatives, patriots, but especially people claiming to be MAGA, would have a problem with using strategies and tactics like that, then you have a problem. You might not actually be Republican. You might not be conservative. You might not be patriot, and you definitely ain't MAGA. So you can't claim that you support the military and respect the military if you don't respect all of the military. Military don't get up every morning and go, oh, shoot, the weather's changing, golly. Oh, what do y'all want to do? What do y'all want to do today, boys? You want to fight or not? I don't know. I think we ought to just chill around here at the battery and just sit here. What do you think? What do you want to do? I mean, it baffles me to wonder how Americans think that the man that you think is so unique and different, which he is, but to think that he's not operating on laws and orders. He just says a few colorful words in a different tone and context than any other person before. It's not doing anything different with the laws and orders. But then you'll say, I believe he is, but then you get mad or upset or bitter or frustrated, all these other things with someone like me who could break it down because you don't want to study it and read it and comprehend it. The very thing that he's using. So like all these things that's taking place, it's all pre-planned. It's choreographed. It's already pre-planned. That is what a strategic plan is. That is what strategic operations are. And there's daily visuals, daily, that prove this. So what typically happens is Americans will go, well, my cousin was a colonel and he ain't never heard of any of this. Well, your cousin may be a dirtbag. Sorry, not sorry. Your auntie, your uncle, your daddy, your grandpa, whoever, if they don't know the current laws and orders invoked and what they mean, it don't matter if they were a general. They could be influenced. They could be compromised. They could be bought by one of those entities over here that we know other generals, rare, colonels, rare, but we know they have in the past. We have examples of that in the past. Good versus evil. We're not in a Republican versus Democrat. Those titles have to be used sometimes to show who is and who ain't. But overall, this is a good versus evil. This is a spiritual warfare and an information warfare. It's a clean out of the swamp. Drain that swamp. So many people, you chanted, follow the money. President Trump said all these quotes, and you chanted it behind him. Follow the money. The best is yet to come. Then he said, drain that swamp. Drain that swamp. Boy, y'all chanted that thing and chanted that thing. It's happening right in front of you. I'm the guy showing how it was drained and how it has been drained. And how everything you're watching is choreographed, strategic, pre-planned, day by day. It's already happened. But you have people out there still going, oh, the deep state's doing this and the deep state's... No, they are not. On paper, they are strategically planned, choreographed. That shows you're still captured, controlled by the emotions and the feelings, thinking everything's real time. And if you would divorce your emotions, divorce your feelings, and comprehend, seek to comprehend that this is a strategic plan, strategic operation, special operation, then you would see that the whole thing's been pre-planned, and what you're watching day to day is the rollout process, And it is designed for the target audience who has yet to hear someone like me, who has yet to study the laws and the orders currently invoked by this operation. That simple. Only people make it complicated. And I can't uncomplicate it for you. I can teach it to you without complications. But I can't make you listen. I can't make you learn. I can't make you comprehend anything. And that's why people look atrocious right now. But it's still going to get done for you. It's still going to be cleaned out. Still going to be a brand new slate, just as the Declaration of Independence prescribes and describes. Two different things the Declaration does. It's a prescription for future use. It's also a description of how to use. See, Americans also have forgotten terminology. You've gotten real slang. I love slang. I'm a slang dude, especially in country music. I slang stuff up. It rhymes better. But when it comes to laws and orders, the devil wouldn't want it if there wasn't anything to steal. Right? He has to have something he wants to steal. If there's nothing to steal, then it's nothing that's of what? Detriment. So it's the same thing. Terminology matters. And so many Americans, one, don't even know the laws and orders. I always said this, and I got away from it, and I'm going to get back to it. If you walked up on the street to the average American and said, name the three branches of government, 68 to 75%, there's different polls out there, but it doesn't matter. 68 alone, if you went with a lower number, 68% of Americans, if you walked up to them on the street and said, name the three branches of government, cannot simply name the three branches of government. They cannot say the words, the terms, legislative, executive, judicial. Oh, but boy, do they have an opinion on the president. Oh, boy, do they have an opinion on what's going on, but cannot name the three branches. So if you can't name them, you definitely cannot tell me who writes and passes the laws. You can't tell me who enforces the laws, and you cannot tell me who interprets the laws. So if you can't even do the simplicities, then guess what you also cannot do? Know how a law reads, know how it's enforced, know when it's constitutional, know when it's against the law. But see, the thing is these people out there chanting unconstitutional, unconstitutional. They can't even name anything from the Constitution. That's what's bad about it. And what's also even more atrocious about it is the fact that every law and order that we have on paper right now that President Donald John Trump is using was in the law books long before he became president. So if they were unconstitutional or against the law, which the Constitution is the highest law in the land, and then the laws that have been passed under that, if those laws were against the law and unconstitutional, then why did all the previous Congresses keep them in the law books to be used by the present-day president? So see, anyone who's yelling, chanting against the law, unconstitutional, they should be mad at the previous Congresses. Not the current president for using it. But it's not against the law. Nothing that President Donald John Trump, wartime President Donald John Trump, is using is against the law. We have a bunch of spoiled, toddler-acting children that call themselves adults that identify as libtards. They're a bunch of tainted atoms, all right? The brains don't even operate and function correctly because they've never even had an opportunity to operate and function correctly because they've been brainwashed and controlled on their side. All right, they're upset because they thought their little comfort of their DEI and all their inclusivity, they thought all that was secured. They thought it was, right? Until the good guys got in control and said, no longer are we going to print money and then raise taxes and create more taxes and then tax the American people for your selfish and sickening and disgusting ways of lives. If you want to chop your ham candle off, then you can go find you a doctor in a barn in the back of the woods somewhere and chop your ham candle off. But guess who ain't paying for it? We ain't. Ain't gonna happen. You're also not going to have your little drag queen shows and go down to the schoolhouses and try to cram crap down the children's throats. You're not going to do that. Enough's enough. We had enough. It's done. It's over. So see, all this little world that these libtards thought was built for them, had the rugs been snatched up under them, they're being put back in their rightful place, and they're mad and pissy, but they're not that big. They bark loud, but they're not that big. But let me tell you what they do good. They're cohesive, and they all hate the same thing equally. And President Trump says this all the time. Why is it Republicans who cannot get on the same page with each other? Boy, Republicans, conservatives, you're everywhere. Simply because you don't even know the laws and the orders of this land. You don't know the laws and the orders that the president's working with. If you had those attached to your personal beliefs, which a lot of you are Christians, or at least spiritual, if you had the laws and the orders of the man you claim to love and support, if you had that as your foundation, you'd be lethal in a good way. And then if you would just apply some simple humanitarian principles of the great Hank Williams, well, if you mind your own business, then you won't be minding mine. If you keep your beliefs at your household, instead of you also trying to influence others in the wrong kind of way, if everybody would stay in their lane and do what you're supposed to do, and pull you some Elvis Presley in there occasionally too, clean up your own backyard, right? If you just apply Elvis and Hank, the two legends from Mississippi and Alabama, if you would apply their simple humanitarian lyrics to mind your own business and clean up your own backyard, if you do that on a daily, have laws and orders as your solid foundation, this place would get back the way it looked in the 40s and the 50s without the swamp in the background that was festering and festering and festering and building what they were building behind the scenes. See, we have the great Jimmy Stewart, James Stewart, actor, who was an actor, but also he ended his career as a brigadier general in the military, pilot. My dad got to serve around the great James Stewart in the United States Air Force. How cool is that? But you had James Stewart in a movie called Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, where he was showing in a movie how corrupt Congress was then and how they put all these bills in a package together. So what you're seeing right now with the quote-unquote shutdown, what you're seeing, even though we're in a continuity government, but for the people that don't know that yet, what you're seeing and think you're seeing, that's what Congress did all these years. They go, hey, you get you a couple bills, and we're going to get us a couple bills, and we're going to pass them together. Well, you could have 5 good bills, 1 bad one, and that 1 bad one hang up the 5 good ones. See, they consolidated their process, and they put all these things in a package. And then that's why you've seen in the past a certain congressman or woman get blamed for the 1 vote. No. Ain't how it works. Not how it works. Then in 1939, in the movie Stagecoach by the great John Wayne, real name Marion Morrison, all right, but known as John Wayne's stage name, 1939 in the movie Stagecoach, the riding in the stagecoach, he's on the floorboard. There's a man in a suit sitting in the stagecoach, and he says, what this country needs is a president who's a businessman. That was 1939. How long did it take to have a businessman as president? Do your math, people. It ain't difficult. It ain't difficult. So, 80 plus years. So many Americans don't know how this nation functions and operates. And it starts at the small local levels, because when you're voting for your local representatives and your state representatives, that's where you got to apply your voice. That's where we, the people, are effective. And where we're effective down there, knowing those laws and orders, and also the functions of the 3 branches of government with those state representatives, then they also have that influence with your United States Congress, your senators and your representatives. So many people just don't know the functions of government and how it gets to the federal level. You're arguing and fussing over federal and don't even know the state portion and the local portion. That's where you're messing up. If you're still mad and captured and controlled, that's where you're messing up. And yelling at the federal level when you don't know anything is kind of like sitting and watching a football game from TV or even in the stands. It really don't matter. But you're yelling, your voice is being drowned out by all the other yelling voices in the audience. But especially if you're yelling at the TV where no one can hear you but your friends and your family. And a lot of people look like those people who take a remote control or something and throw it at the TV. You're getting that mad over something you cannot control at that level. Where you control it is when you get into the functions and also know, okay, where's the coach going to be speaking this week? Oh, maybe there's a place I can go speak to the coach. Now, football and those are even worse than politics. So it's really not even a great example. But it's the closest thing that you can come to see kind of what you're doing when you're yelling at the president when you don't even know the laws and orders. Because the laws and the orders currently invoked right now are good laws and orders. Everything the military is doing is all constitutional, it's all lawful, and it's all been in the books for years. So many people are just looking atrocious for no reason at all. Because it's all strategically planned, choreographed, pre-planned, so you don't have to look like that. You don't even have to look like that. So that's what guys like me are doing and trying to say, hey, I know it sucks sometimes to have to show don't follow this person, don't follow this person. They're drama. They're part of the swamp drain out. They're part of this. They think they're equal to President Trump. They think they're better than President Trump. They think they have influence on President Trump. Get out of here. Get the you-know-what out of here. If they had influence on President Trump, they would already have been in his inside circle. Dan Scavino is a great example. Devin Nunes is a great example. We can sit here and name people that are influential people, but are on the inside of President Trump's team. There's so many of them. Then there's others that you have got to learn who are pawns, right? They have big platforms, so yeah, there are people who watch them, so they use them as a pawn as we flip the narrative all along the way in this 45-47 operation. So what you should do as an American is first seek out this. That's the first thing. This should be your foundation right here. This is your foundation. Therefore, you got to know the laws and orders of this dash. Now, we're already through the dash visually. We're in the 47 portion, but that dash is very important. 45, 46, and 47. And you heard President Trump say this. He's validated multiple times. And if I can brag a little bit, right? These books that I wrote that are #1 bestsellers, The Midnight Rider, Rise Again, Part 1 and 2, these stem from my documents that people have been reading called the documents.info, all right, that I published January 2021. Now, how did I know that we were in a military occupation in January 2021? Continuity of government, etc. Those are what stemmed into these. Part 1 here, only 216, 17 pages, somewhere in there. December 2023 publication. I signed my publicity contract sitting at Trump International in President Trump's reserved table at his reserved chair. From all accounts, by all members, I'm the first person he's allowed to sit in his chair at his reserved table and sign my publicity contract. That was February 2023. Part 2 here is thicker. It's 596 pages, but it's a deeper dive into special operations. How to think strategically, how to think in special operations, how to divorce your emotions, how to divorce your feelings, and go straight to how the military operation functions, but special operations. This I put out in January this year. All right, because they're a sequence. And I'm working on Part 3. That'll be your 47 portion. All military portion. All right, these are all military based. and how they pair with federal, but they're military first and then how they pair with federal, that. So how did I know? And how are they #1 bestsellers? And how are they flying off Amazon like hotcakes? They're hot, as President Trump calls them. They're hot. Right? See, President Trump validated me in those books. And it ain't about me, but all of us veterans that are on podcasts that knows what's going on strategically through special operations. President Trump put this on his ball cap April the 2nd, 2023. So do your math. I already had in publication for friends and family at that time period, January 2021, for anyone who wanted to be added to those Google Drives, friends and family. Long before this visual, I already had that dash in documents. Then, he puts this on when? April 2nd, 2023? When did I sign publicity contract to write this book? February 2023? February, March, April? Come on, people. It ain't that difficult. And President Trump loves veterans who keep their oath and loyal to the oath of the good laws and orders that outline and prescribe everything about our origin, our foundation, and our history. Therefore, you have to know our origin, foundation, and our history. Military was established first in this nation. Military. Our founders started a war, then established the military, the Army first, then established 16 days later the first military laws in what they call war articles, June the 30th, 1775. Then came the Navy, which their birthday is tomorrow. All right, 250th birthday tomorrow. Then came the Marine Corps, November. Then came the first flag, December the 3rd, 1775. All of that was before the Declaration of Independence. And then our founders declared independence 7 years before the war ended. They put in this Declaration of Independence 7 years before the war ended. If people could get passionate and just see how awesome that was to write a Declaration of Independence and then go back out, if they didn't write it after they won, they wrote it during the war. What we have are Americans who are just not passionate about America. You don't love the United States of America because of your freedom. You expect, you demand. Huge difference. You expect and demand those who know to do it for you. And that's your problem. You don't want to be a part of it. You want to be a part of it disassociated from the ones who are doing it and fighting for it. Then when it's all over and the smoke clears, you want to say, I was right there with you the whole time. No, you weren't. You're still going to benefit from it, but no, you weren't. President Trump is rewarding so many veterans right now. That's why so many veterans are being put in ambassador slots. Also, though, it's strategic. Not only is he rewarding these ambassadors, veterans, but also an ambassador is the chief of mission. So it's also should have been that way to begin with. So there's two different things going on there. So you got to know those things. All right, so things like the Insurrection Act. Let's get into that really quick. I'm just going to do a few more things, and then I have another podcast I have to hop on today. So if you want to watch me there, you can do that. Follow the link that I'll post shortly, and you can go watch me on there, and I'll be asked specific questions. But like the Insurrection Act. All right, first off, the Insurrection Act was 1807. This is why people have called for reforms to it, but the ones who have called for reforms to it, they want to limit the president who is actually going to enforce it the correct way versus have a president who they're controlling and they're using it the wrong way, which is what the swamp did. The swamp used laws and orders the wrong way and tried to limit the president. So that's why you got to know the laws and orders. You got to listen. All right, so 1807, you got to know where we were in 1807. Founders, my lineage traces back to the Revolutionary War. So family members who fought. All right, so our founders fought, declared independence July 4, 1776, 7 years before the war ended. All right, the war ended 1783. 4 years later, we have the Constitution. All right, so do your math here. I'm like, it's not that long. Not that long at all. So from 1789, which is when the enactment actually happened of the Constitution and our first president, and that started everything. All right, so 1807 was 5 years before the British revolted in the War of 1812. They call it the War of 1812 or the Battle of 1812. And we whooped the British's butts again. That's why I love the quote from Major George Armistead of the Battle of Baltimore, which is where the actual Star-Spangled Banner came from. All right, our national anthem came from the Battle of Baltimore, where the major of the fort said he wanted a flag ordered so big that the British had no problem seeing it when they were coming, and they were going to take what they were going to take. That's right. So see, that's why Americans, you just don't have passion. You don't have that kind of passion for America, the United States of America. The Insurrection Act was 5 years before that revolt. So you got to look at the origin of things. Then through the years, we've had other things pass outside the Insurrection Act. We have the Posse Comitatus. All right, we have that. But then where the old saying, the rubber meets the road, you need to go look in publications of the military. That's why I use the Joint Publications 3-57, which is Civil-Military Operations. Page 46. It says generally you don't want active duty or any kind of Title 10 troops in direct military involvement with civilians, law enforcement. No, you don't generally, unless what? Unless the Constitution or Congress deems so. Congress did that. December the 20th, 2019, Congress put in Section 1550 in Title 50, Chapter 33, which is the War Powers Act. So everything that President Trump's working with and working under, the Congress did it. It's also the Congress who suspends the writ of habeas corpus. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 2 of the United States Constitution. Article 1 is the legislative branch. So anytime you hear a governor spout off at the mouth right now, one, we're in a military operation. Again. Laws and orders show that. Laws and orders show that that took place. It is taking place. The whole thing is a visual. I always put little brackets around it. It's hard to do it. But like this, let's see. You put brackets around that, all right? Just like that. Treat it like that. Now, it's not going to end in 47 as far as like the good things that are taking place and the swamp's not going to grow back. But for visuals of the operation itself, look at it like that. Got brackets around it. The whole thing is an operation. Every aspect of it. The very beginning of 45, and when we get to January the 20th, 2029, that's your bracket. All right, President Trump told you with the generals just a few days ago, he said, I'm 45, 46, and 47. I really don't want the results of 46, but I'll take it. That is setting up everything. It's going to move into the disclosure down the road. What we have is a bunch of Americans who don't want to be along for the ride. Yeah, a little faith, because you're still focusing on what you think is real time. It's not real time. Not whatsoever. So until you learn that aspect, you're just going to be wishy-washy, and you're going to have good days, you're going to have bad days, you're going to have ups and downs. And you're going to be like me all day, every day, and go, well, they'll get over it. That's not real. If you want my attitude, then you got to know how to study that. The whole thing is a military operation. It's a strategic, special operation. Unconventional warfare, irregular warfare. All right? So you got to divorce your emotions. So all of that you're seeing daily with the governors and all this is all pre-planned and strategic, but it's also to show maybe people in a region like Chicago, for example, that, hey, wake yourself up. This is how the law works. This is how the orders operate. This is how the military operates. And some of it is both multiple layers. It could be exposing your leader. It could be there's multiple layers. Multiple. But it's the Congress. The Congress who's done most of this. So Article 1 is your legislative branch. That's not the president. That's the legislative. That's your Congress. December the 20th, 2019, Title 50, Chapter 33, Section 1550. Now, there was a Title 32 order already in place in 2018 with the troops at the polls, All right, but that's a whole different level of the military, Title 32. Federal call-up, but Title 32. So the states, and it was certain states who did it. So it wasn't all 50 states. All right, so that's why you got to know every intricate detail. And that's why a lot of your family members, God love them, but a lot of your family members who are veterans, they put everything in one lump sum. There's multiple sections of Title 10, and there's multiple sections of Title 32. There's the posse comitatus. There's the insurrection. There's a lot of different things that apply to certain sectors and certain levels. And that's why so many people look atrocious, because they want to lump it all in one thing and think that all these apply to one thing. It doesn't work like that. But it's also why our laws and orders have gotten so complicated in another manner. We got outside of the keep it simple stupid and got but that's where Congress in the past and the swamp in the past did what? They did all these things as little ways to nick here and there and here and there to do what? Limit the president for their what? Their selfish control, their selfish gain. They created their own checks and balances. That's why they call it a democracy. It is a democracy because they established a democracy. They, the swamp. They established that. So what President Trump is doing, this is your strategic operation portion that I talk about in this, and I can't cover obviously the whole thing. But what they are doing is taking all the deep state tactics that they used on you, the people, to brainwash you, capture you, and control you. We're taking all of those, like the CIA using body doubles. Something as simple as that. We're taking all their tactics and using it against them. That's why when you see something on TV, well, I don't want to use detailed examples today, but when you see certain things or you think something happened like this, is all a strategic plan for something that happened back here, right? So some of you don't understand operations because you don't understand operations because you've never been in the military, but you also never studied this. But it could be a plea deal gone wrong. Could have been a bargain gone wrong, right? And then they're going to show this on the TV to the people, and then they're telling these people back here, you know what we're going to do? This is what we're going to do, and you're going to watch it. And when the truth comes out, we're going to put it on your head. And someone back here will cry wolf eventually. But see, that's the background theme, and that's the background scene that so many Americans think is far-fetched and old fogey and a conspiracy and all these other things, because you don't seek to comprehend that the whole thing is an operation. You just think it's real time, and you think it's just, a nick for a knack. And, you get them, President Trump, and then, why are they saying this about my man? Oh, God. You're living in your little cycle. And you refuse to believe that there is a force, a good force, a white force that's overtaken these evil in a spiritual warfare and an informational warfare, and we're kicking their rear ends. And why you won't want to believe that? Why do you want to curl up in a little ball in a corner of your house and why do you want to do that? That's what you're doing. Virtually, that's what you're doing. You're giving up. You're just so and then people are like, only President Trump can talk like that, Darrell Johnson. You can't talk like that. That's why you're captured and controlled. Now, President Donald John Trump is good, and he's a good guy, and this whole thing's an operation. But that very thought process, that you'll go listen to someone over here because they got a blue check and they've had it for 10 years, or they're bigger and they got more followers, that's why you're captured and controlled. Because most of these people they don't have your heart and interest. They don't. They're all for fame, power, money, control, notoriety. That's it. All right. So if you said Trump was right about everything, if you're one of those people who walks around saying Trump was right about everything, if you post that, if you wear that, whatever it is, but you don't want to know what President Trump's working with, that's null and void. All you are is a poster. You're all poster, no brains. All right. So there's that. Now let's get with J6. I'm going to cover two more topics that I've been seeing in my inbox. J6. J6 is another thing. You see President Trump right now on True Social, which a lot of you are not a part of because you didn't even listen to the president when he established his own platform. You didn't even listen to him, and his numbers show that. His numbers, his followers show that you didn't listen to him. He got way more followers still on X, old school Twitter, than he does on True Social. So again, you didn't even listen to your own commander and join True Social. So there's your first problem. He posts a lot more on there than anywhere. All right. But J6, President Trump right now has been posting a few things like, oh, if that's true about the 274 FBI agents, see, when you read that and you don't know the laws and the orders, it sounds like President Trump's just now being informed of this. And I get messages from people that'll say, oh, do you think President Trump knows about this? Whatever you Catholics do, all of it. And a lot of those people are the same ones who say, pose, and wear Trump was right about everything. How can you say that, post that, if you don't believe that? If he's right about everything, then that means he's in charge of everything. He's in control of everything. He knows everything. And he's told you, I know everything. He said this on a recent interview not long ago, where he said, I know everything. He told you in the 2020 debate, we have it all, we've caught them all. You don't listen to the man you claim to support. January the 6th was all part of capturing the deep state. It was also, there's multiple layers of this, but the deep state knew they were captured way back here. All right. When President Trump, when he was walking, when he rolled down that working escalator, when he rolled down that escalator and he announced his candidacy, they already knew it was over. You can also know it was over in 2015. You could know it was over in 2014 when President Trump posted the quote, God, have mercy on my enemies because I won't. You could have already known. And you can still already know. You can still divorce your emotions and your feelings and come over to the good side. The foundation. The plan. The strategic plan. The special operation. Divorce your emotions and feelings and leave all these influencers behind who are nothing but swamp rats, replicate swamp rats, in it for themselves. They're not in it for the team. They're not in it for humanity. They're not in it for the community. They're not in it for that. Before they get exposed. They're going to get exposed. They're getting exposed daily. One got exposed today, and it's only going to lead to more. J6. President Trump signed Executive Order 13848 and declared a national emergency September the 12th, 2018. Inside that executive order, it specifically reads one little sentence in there that is very, very, very key. It says, although no foreign power has altered the outcome or vote tabulation in any United States election. It didn't say in one, it didn't say in two, it didn't say in three, it didn't say in a few, it didn't say in many, it said in any. A-N-Y. Although no foreign power has altered the outcome or vote tabulation. Well, this ties in two different things. This also ties in that we have been invaded from within. President Trump says we have been invaded from within. Our gravest threats are not abroad, they're within. So when you hear the old fat boy from Chicago talking about that President Trump can't invoke the Insurrection Act because there's not a rebellion going on, yes, there has been. It has been within the deep state. The swamp, yes, it has. And the laws and orders way back here, under Title 50, Chapter 33, Section 1550, put there by the United States Congress, December the 20th, 2019, and the orders that followed in that clause shows that the Congress, bipartisan Congress, is a part of this. It also shows in Executive Order 13961, Executive Order 14146, and Executive Order 14239 that we're still, to this day, October the 12th, 2025, in a partial continuity government. When we're in a partial continuity government, that also means a military operation, military occupation, military government is taking place. And President Trump has validated this over and over and over again using the terms occupied territory, which is occupied country to him. All right, territory in a certain place, I'm about to tell you. He has said white flag is surrender. He has used government in exile. He has used all these tactics. And he's also said capitulation, and the mainstream articles have used these terms, capitulation. Capitulation, white flag is surrender, puppet government, and also occupied country, which is occupied territory. All four of those are law of war manual. They're not federal anything. The law of war manual. White flag is surrender and capitulations are in the same chapter, and then puppet government and occupied territory in the same chapter. Guess what chapter they're in? The chapter for military occupation. So these all tie in. Everything ties in, just like that. Now let's go back to the executive order for election interference. President Trump signed that executive order September the 12th, 2018, and declared a national emergency. Now, each national emergency unlocks 120 statutory powers. Each. President Trump had 11. In 2018, Title 32 was invoked. The National Guard were at elections 2018, elections 2020, elections 2022, and elections 2024. Did you just hear what I just said? The National Guard were at the election polls in 2018, 2020, 2022, and 2024 under the same Title 32 order from way back in 2018. One, Title 18 is federal crimes and criminal procedures, federal law. No soldier or troop can be at the polls unless they're on federal authority. You hear what I'm saying? Federal authority. President. Presidential. Call up. Title 18, Section 592 outlines this. That troops can be punished. If a soldier went down in uniform and tried to influence you to vote for someone, punishable. Violation of federal law. Troops at the polls must be there by presidential authority, presidential order. Now, if President Trump's a dictator and a threat and violating the Constitution, all these things, then why did, quote-unquote, Joe Biden keep the National Guard at the election polls in 2022 and 2024? Did you hear what I just said? Woo! That's how fired up you should be. That's how passionate you should be. It's like when a preacher tells you what glory is going to look like. Woo! Did you hear what I said? Why would, quote-unquote, Joe lead the National Guard at the polls in 2022 and 2024 under the same Title 32 order from 2018? Woo! I feel like a Pentecostal preacher right now. And if I could run like the days before the army, I would get up and do me a dance right now. What? Why? If everything that President Trump has done is unconstitutional, then they should have abolished all. They should have terminated those. Oh, no, they didn't do that. None. No Title 10 order or Title 32 by President Donald John Trump that all the military is working under present day that was put into place way back in the first term of the 3 terms were not abolished, not terminated. Executive Order 13848 with the national emergency specifically says in it, although no foreign power has altered the outcome, or there's that little conjunction, men, males, guys, dudes, ham candles, whatever you want to identify yourself as, all right? whatever you want to call yourself. If you'll listen to words, you might score more with your ladies, your wives, your girlfriends. That little conjunction in there, very, very key and very important. Although no foreign power has altered the outcome, that meaning the whole thing, the whole election, or vote tabulation. So keep in mind the National Guard were federalized for election polls, and they've been at the polls on .gov and .mil sites. They can show you at the polls 2018, 2020, 2022, 2024. Not only that, but J6 would have fallen in between those, right? Yeah. If you know simple Alabama hillbilly bumpkin math. Pretty simple math there. Pretty sure 2021 was in the middle of those. January the 6th, 2021. You know what January the 6th is? That's the vote tabulation day. That's the electoral college count. That wasn't Joe versus Trump, like some Americans thought. That's how dumb Americans have gotten, that they thought that that day was just a day because, there was a discrepancy in November 2020. So they got to do something to do with Trump and Joe. That's what the average American a lot thought. They have no idea that January the 6th is a date set aside to count the electoral college counts, the state count. That's why America looks atrocious. That's why Americans look the way they look. Don't know that one simple detail. That day is vote tabulation day. Although no foreign power has altered the outcome or vote tabulation, signed September the 12th, 2018, declared a national emergency, and then you have your elections, polls, the National Guard at 2018, 2020, 2022, 2024. Which means they're consistent and cohesive. That's called the Trump Dougie. He ought to call it the Trump Dougie. He can teach you how to Dougie. Vote tabulation. Then what the whole world witnessed, the first time in United States history, you witnessed 2 objections take place in the state of Arizona count. 2 objections took place. Guess what's in Title 3, Section 15 of the United States Code, which is under codification of our laws and orders? It says what to do when there's 2 objections that take place in the vote tabulation. And then it tells you that no vote is to be counted until the objections are disposed of. Well, guess what happened for the first time in United States history? Not only did you see 2 objections take place in the state of Arizona, which is the 3rd state out the gate, but you also didn't see Congress dispose of the votes. You saw them go from California to Wyoming and, quote-unquote, certify Joe. That was a violation of Title 18 federal law, Sections 2381, 2384, 2385. Go look them up. It was also a violation of Title 3, Section 15, and a violation of Title, 52 U.S. Code 20511. Just go look them up. All you got to do is go to Google and type in 52 USC, not University of Southern Cal, right, but USC. Hold on, got to do something here. Go to 52 U.S. Code, USC 20511, enter, click on preferably the U.S. House, but there's one out there, I think it's Cornell Law, that has pretty good explanations, all right, and then type in 2381, 2384, 2385 of Title 18, go read those, seditious acts to overthrow the government, one of those. Read them. That's all you got to do is read and study those. That's what took place on January the 6th. That was what Americans and the whole world witnessed. That also shows you how dumb, idiotic, ridiculous libtards look. Epstein. let's get on Epstein, and I'm going to close with this because I've got to roll here shortly. Epstein. I've been getting inboxes of Epstein and also comment boxes. Y'all have lost your everlasting minds about Epstein. One, it's because Americans, you love you some drama. Oh my God, have mercy. Do y'all love you some dang drama? Drama, 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 drama. Y'all think a lot. Now, I don't know who you are, but you can apply it to yourself. Now look, this is how drama Americans have gotten. And brainwashed, controlled, out of reality, whatever you want to call it. Okay, if a man, a male, if a ham candle, all right, were to have 25 women in his household at one time, without a camera around the house, all right, camera crews, and a little logo that says ABC or CBS or NBC or whoever, TNT, USA, whatever you're watching out there, if it ain't got no logo, with a camera and camera crews and some biography that says, oh, this guy here is a gentleman, he was raised this, and da, 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 and he is in the search for his wife, and blah, 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 blah. If a man had 25 women at his household without cameras, without a fancy bio and some logo on them cameras, guess what y'all females call him? A whore. Y'all call him a male hoe. That's what you call him. But, oh, get us some cameras around, lights on, put a little dab of little stuff on him to make him look a little dapper, fix him up just right, make sure his hat's on just right, and oh, there's that logo. Woo! There's that turkey, that beautiful turkey logo right there, the colored feathers. Official right there. Cameras on. Here's your 24 roses for 25 girls. You got to get rid of one girl weekly. But you get to make out with all of them, though, especially when the camera's not on, right? You get to go over there in the jacuzzi and stank up that jacuzzi a little bit, right? You know, don't worry, we'll clean the water out for the next girl. Don't worry. Oh, he's a gentleman! That is where Americans have gotten. That is bigotry and hypocrisy. That you make a dude a gentleman simply because there's cameras there, an official logo, and it's on reality TV. That is America. And then all of a sudden, this dude, right, because, oh, President Trump was in a photo with him 30-something years ago, right, 20-something, almost 30 years ago, because Americans are what? You do what? Drama, propaganda, and hindsight's 20/20. Well, a lot of Americans' hindsights are 5/5. Oh, boy. Just keen, boy. Oh, you're in a photo. You cherry pick. You're a cherry picking. Ooh, I'm going to refrain from some words today. You're cherry picking. Boy, but if we went back in your past and we found something on you, oh, no, you're not popular. You're not famous. You're not known. But if we went back on you and we went back on your past and cherry picked something to you and then let me put it on my pages and go, well, here you go, million. What do you think about these people? Ooh, woo! Hell hath no fury with it. Oh, no. If some of you and your skeletons started showing up and popping up and you were popular and we put it out there and said, look what Susie did back in 1947. Woo! Hell hath no fury. Oh, don't you talk about me like that. That's not true. I didn't do that. Oh, but see, what you do is because, oh, well, President Trump's popular and he's famous and he's well known. Oh, so that's why you cherry pick something and try to make some guilt around it? Why did we get to a place in America where we look for the bad in somebody, first off? If you don't know someone, you never grew up with them, you don't know anything about them, not a thing about them, famous or not, why have we gotten to a place in the United States of America where we look for the bad and negative daily in people? And if there's nothing bad or negative, how did we get to a place where you create something? You fabricate something. That's not the America I want to live in. Now, we have examples in history Yep, we have examples where people absolutely did it. They were caught, they were prosecuted, and rightfully punished. There are those incidences and cases, and we have to have that. But when you have nothing on somebody, and you fabricate something, and you make up something completely out of the blue, just because you don't like someone's personal belief, maybe on how they believe about God, homosexuality, or whatever it may be, and you have nothing on them whatsoever, didn't grow up with them, don't know anything, don't have any court cases, law, evidence, nothing, and you listen to people fabricate a bald-faced lie, frame up, which is a felony, when you seek to frame somebody on something that's not even there, false information, prefabricated false information. How did we get to America? How did we get to this place? How did we get there? I mean, I'm not even on President Trump's level. Nowhere remotely close. And here I am. I had to battle someone 2 years ago who was trying to steal my federal trademark. And called it a lawful action. There's nothing lawful about it. That's a Class C felony. So how did we get to America? How did we get to this place in America where we look for the bad and negative, and if there's nothing, then we go try to prefabricate it? Why are Americans so like piranhas on negativity, drama, propaganda, bad? Why? How? Who are you? Now, there's 2 or 3 big things that can absolutely bust the whole Epstein thing. One, President Trump was a popular figure in the 1990s. Everybody wanted a photo with him. All right? But it's kind of like Instagram. Instagram is a perfect example. Instagram is nothing but photos of one little snapshot of your life. And if you only take good photos, smiling photos, someone goes to your Instagram and they see all these little boxes of smiles, what does it do? It gives a perception that their reality is always smiling, happy, nothing wrong. No bad days, nothing upsets them, nothing makes them mad, bitter, angry, frustrated, anything. Perception. So see, what liberals have done is go way back in the 90s, all right, of one guy who absolutely did do what he did. He did. Epstein did those things. He was caught. He wasn't properly prosecuted when he was caught because it was during a time period when the swamp was still in control, right, of the judiciary system, which became the predominant. Our founders made the legislative branch, the executive branch, and judicial separate for a reason, but they also put them in that sequence for a reason. We, the people, vote in the legislative branch. We vote in the executive branch. We don't vote in the judicial branch. The judicial branch is appointed by the president of the executive branch and confirmed by the Senate of the legislative branch. So when the judicial branch is not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and they take the law into their hands, very, very dangerous what we got in this United States of America. Very dangerous. The lawyers and the judges took control. Not all lawyers are bad, but a lot of them are. They think they're better than you. They think they're bigger than you. And they use the law against you. That's not what the judicial branch was supposed to do at all, whatsoever. So when you look at that, when you got to look at that sequence in this, the judicial branch didn't do what they were supposed to do with this person because they weren't going to do that in the first place because they were all in their own checks and balance system, the swamp, that they established. That's why they call it a democracy, because it is a democracy, their democracy, not the republic, not what us veterans stand for, not what President Donald John Trump is the face of, not what this operation is about. So there's a few things that absolutely busted. Everybody wanted a photo of President Trump in the 90s. Liberals went and cherry-picked some dude that ended up being a bad dude, and they cast this in here. Right? Well, look at the timing of it. Look at the timing of it. Now, hear me out. You got to listen. This absolutely busts everything, plus law busted. Military law, especially. If it's hard to say if you're a bad person because a lot of you are good people. But think of the deep state. Think of their animosity for the man who has exposed all of their swamp. Everything that President Trump has done that they said was impossible has become possible, which exposes all of their impossibles. Taxes being eliminated, IRS being busted, all these entities, the central banks being caught, drained, everything going back to gold standard, everything back to a order, law and order, right? Everything that swamp has been drained for, President Trump has proven it was possible. They said it was impossible. Remember Obama, what does he have, a magic wand? He's going to make all these jobs come back? Well, I guess he does have a magic wand, all right. Because they definitely have come back. All right. So you gotta apply that one little scenario and watch this. If you were the deep state and you hated somebody, I'm talking about a pure hate, pure hatred, and you knew that this person was about to expose every bit of your circle, every bit of your ring, every bit of your operations. You got to go back to Hillary. Remember what Hillary said? He's going to hang us all. Remember that? Yep. Right? So, someone like that and all of those people that knew that this one person with the military was going to catch them all, expose them all, punish them all. What would you do? I'm going to give you an option. You get two options. If I came to you and I was that person, and I said, all right, you get two options, and we're going to make one of them happen. All right. Your first option is this. You can go with Epstein, who was a real guy who committed all these crimes, trafficking, and all these orgies and parties and this and that. We're going to go with a real-life situation that took place. All right, so here's what's going to happen. President Trump's going to win the election November the 8th, 2016, and immediately after, you get to choose one of these options. You get to say, hey, straight out the gate, in November and December, as he's president-elect, you start this rumor and you start all this turmoil within the Republican side and the Democrat side and all the independents and the world who follows. You get to go with Epstein, who was a real person, created all. You can go with that, and here's photos of President Trump with him. And then all these people are going to think what they think, and they're going to demand more. And, oh, what are you hiding? And blah, blah, blah. That's option one. Here's option two. You can prefabricate a complete, made-up, false, fake, faux lie, bald-faced lie that didn't even exist on paper. None of this existed. We got the professionals over here. They can type up this fake dossier that looks real, and then we're going to have all these professionals type up these documents with the FBI and the CIA and all that. We're going to type all these fake documents up. All of it's going to be fake. All of it's going to be fraudulent, but they're never going to know that because we're in control. We have our entities all over the world that's going to help us with this, and here's what we're going to do. So you get the option to do a fake, false dossier and call it Russia collusion, and then all the media is going to chant, Russia, 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 Russia collusion. And the mainstream media who are with the deep state, they're going to be doing it too. You're going to have all those options to say Russia collusion and President Trump had Russia help him steal the election. Which one are you going with? If you, whoever you are out there on any of my platforms, if you utter the word Epstein again after this, and you can't apply that simple two-option scenario, that the deep state, the swamp that's being drained in a strategic special operation, if you can't apply that simple logic, this ain't for you, boo-boo. Quit. This ain't for you. We already have it under control. But the logic and the reason and the principles, it ain't for you, boo-boo. This ain't for you. Go pick up golf, knitting, crocheting, pickleball. There's a lot of things you can do with your life. You're going to be okay. Everything's under control. We got this. If you can't apply that Epstein was first prosecuted in 2005. 2005! If the deep state had some dirt on President Trump, they had plenty opportunity when they saw him roll down the escalator then to start something with real fire, not fake fire. 2016, they go with Russia collusion. If they had something with him and Epstein, which is a real person, a real criminal, July 2025, just not long ago, President Trump ordered that the grand jury investigation be unsealed for you to consume. Who blocked him? An Obama-appointed judge. I love you, and I'm your friend, and I'm here to help you because I'm keeping my oath. I was put here. I accepted it. And I love it. And I love doing this daily, weekly, monthly, helping you. But if you can't apply that simple logic and reasoning, then you're still captured and controlled by drama and propaganda of the other side, actually, because that's all their crap. That's nothing to do with President Donald John Trump. It's nothing to do with the military, the generals, the admirals, the good guys, all of us good guys, and all the good gals in control. Nothing to do with that. So if you're a Republican, conservative, patriot, MAGA, all the above, and you're demanding, and you're just like a little freaking goldfish waiting on a pebble for something with Epstein, no, you're not. You're not one of those. Sorry. You're just not. You can be, but you can't be saying Trump was right about everything and then turn around and say something like that. You can't say follow the money and then turn around and say something like that. You can't say we have it all, we caught them all, and turn around and say something like that. Those are oxymorons. That's bigotry and hypocrisy. And it also shows you don't even know the laws and orders invoked, which are military laws, mainly. Military strategies, military tactics, with executive orders and national emergencies. They're all lawful. They're all constitutional. And if they weren't, then what were they doing in the law book still? But they are. And it's because the liberals, the libtards, all right, the libtards of the world, you're letting them have more of a voice than they actually have. There are not that many of them. But you let them have more of a foothold and a voice when you spew this bullcrap. Because if you truly hated your enemy, or what you call an enemy, which we're not enemies, President Trump is for the Republic, stands on the Republic, not controlled by anybody. The whole thing is a strategic operation that's taking down all the leaders in the world who are corrupt, but it's making them take themselves out. A lot of the strategic plan is making them expose themselves, trapping them to where they only have a few options left, and then they got to go with each option as it funnels down. If you know what a funnel looks like, that's what we've done. We've funneled these people. But sometimes it's better to let people take themselves out than it is for you to do it. Sometimes that humility and the embarrassment is worse on them than you taking them out. And see, a lot of Americans, you just want them all taken out. You don't want to learn from it. You don't want to see the benefits of an operation. I've heard it in inboxes talking about, oh, we're tired of the games, the game theory. Well, you'd much rather have game theory than you'd much rather have real theory. And if President Donald John Trump and the military did not stand in and take over this nation way back in 2015, you wouldn't be in my inbox. It's that simple. It really is that simple. If you hated someone so bad and you call them an enemy, and you had real dirt on them, you go with the real dirt that you can prove, not something that was false, fake, fraudulent, that if it ever was exposed, which it already has been, that negates everything. And that's how principles work. And a lot of Americans, you don't live by principles. You don't live by standards. You don't live by ethics. You don't live by morals. You have fake morals. You have wishy-washy principles. You have everything that's on a shaky foundation, because it's not a foundation. This is a solid foundation, because this is the Republic. This is the Declaration of Independence. This is the United States military. This is what we're headed to, July 4th, 2026, the 250. That's it. None of that would have been made possible without the laws and the orders that our founders established. The principles, the origin, the history of our founders. The Declaration of Independence says, but when a long train of abuses and usurpations. So many people just you don't even read the Declaration of Independence. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, and it says becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to throw off such government. You know what throw off and off-throw means? It means to get rid of it. And establish what? New guards for our what? Safety, security, our future. That's why the Declaration of Independence is a prescription and a description. And it says in there multiple times. It says in there again, it is their right and it is their duty. You see how it put there, that terminology? It didn't say it is their right and duty. It said it is their right and it is their duty. It is our right, it is our duty to throw off such government that goes against the foundation. Therefore, you need to know what? The origin, the history, the foundation. You got to think like our founders. You got to get into the mindsets of our founders. We're not a democracy. Article 4, Section 4 of the United States Constitution, we're a republic. Nowhere in our foundational documents does it say anything about a democracy. The only place you'll find democracy by James Madison, who is the father of the Constitution, and he drafted the Bill of Rights, is in Federalist Papers number 10 and number 14, where he tells you that democracies are dangerous. So when you hear a liberal, a libtard, a Democrat use the term democracy, that automatically shows you their allegiance is to the swamp and swamp-minded. Now, we're in a continuity of government, and we're in a military operation right now, so anything you see on TV right now is captured by that military. Everything. Mainstream media are under a wartime order, Title 47, Section 606, which is telecommunications. All right? You got to go read it. All right? You got to understand that and apply that to everything. A great example, appeals court upheld a ban on the Associated Press if they can't go to the White House or Mar-a-Lago. So anything you see on Associated Press right now means they're writing independently. They cannot go to the White House or Mar-a-Lago. The only way that is made possible is a wartime order. That is a validation of everything. There's multiple other examples to use, but there's one right there to show you that mainstream media and everything you're watching right now are under a wartime order, a wartime code. Title 47, Section 606, Telecommunications Act of 1996. President can control radio, TV, internet broadcasts. Everything you're watching is part of that. Also, your Executive Order 13961, 14146, and 14239 are your continuity of government. One of those was December the 7th, 2020. The other one was January the 19th, 2025. The most recent one was March the 18th, 2025, which means we're still in it. Why would quote-unquote Joe be partially revocating a continuity of government? On the very last 24-hour day of a presidency, quote-unquote Joe partially revocated. You can't revocate something unless it was invoked. Continuity of government. And then you apply your law war manual terms that President Trump uses. Puppet government in occupied territory. They're in the same chapter. Military occupation. President Eisenhower was also not only president, but he was also a 5-star general. He's the one who established the continuity government. And guess what accompanies that? Presidential Emergency Action Documents, PEDS. They're draft classified, which means you can't see them, you can't Google them, but they're with the Department of Justice and the President. What did Benny Johnson say at the quote-unquote funeral for Charlie Kirk, which was not real? No casket, no burial, no resting place, all part of the operation. What did he say? That a godly government took over this land? The Department of War and the Department of Justice? Presidential Emergency Action Documents. President Trump in the first 180 days told you I've signed over 350 executive actions. Not on the Federal Register. And at that 100-day mark, there were only 150 executive actions total, memoranda, executive orders, and proclamations. There were only 150. Where were the other 200? Make sure you're following me on the correct pages. Linktree, LINKTR period EE /1776 Nation. All right. These bad boys right here. This is part 1. This is part 2. You can get them on Amazon if you're international. If you want them quick for a birthday or something, I suggest Amazon. But if you want them signed by me, and you don't mind a little wait sometimes when we're getting inventory, but if you want to sign by me, you got to go to Rattletrap, RATTLETRAP 1776.com. All right, or just go to my link tree and you'll find it there. But Rattletrap1776.com. Make sure you don't type in more than one T. It's 2 T's. RATTLETRAP 1776.com, and then you can find those there. And I sign everything. Well, I sign my books. All right. Also, I have this #1 bestseller. Country music is just as linked in to the deep state. It was. All right. And they're also part of the clean out. All right. The major labels, they're all monopolies. They control everything. They control country music fans. They control everything. The Royal Flush of Country Music is a #1 bestseller. And I'm currently working on book #4. Simultaneously making notes to book 3, which will be the, it actually be book #4 because it'll be part 3 of The Midnight Rider Rides Again. But I'm working on a current book right now that's going to be documentation for future generations of the hypocrisy of libtards. All right, and it's going to be humorous, but it's going to be factual and humorous at the same time. And but I'm on chapter 42 of it. And about to be done with it, so I'll have it up on Amazon soon and also on my website, and I'll unveil the title of it whenever I'm ready to launch it. So it's technically book #5, but book 3, the part 3 of The Midnight Rider, won't be until obviously we're done with #47, which is the Strategic and Special Operation. I hope this blesses everybody. I hope it helps everybody. To start thinking with your brain, start thinking logically, remove and divorce your emotions and your feelings. All right, those get you in trouble with anything. Same thing like Instagram, I was saying. Everything, just because people were smiling, all that, don't mean anything. All right, now you should be smiling because of President Donald John Trump, the 45-47, and the military. And military laws, orders, regulations, customs, strategies, and tactics, my friends, are not conspiracy theories. So anybody who tries to attach this with that, all they're doing is promoting laziness, and they're also trying to depower you, not empower you. All I do is empower you with the tools that President Donald John Trump and the military are working with. They're working with laws and orders. It's that simple. But you got to know the right laws and orders. You got to have the key laws and orders. And I show you those exact laws and orders. All right, not all laws and orders apply. All right, so there's certain unique laws and orders that outline the 45-47 that can help you divorce your feelings and your emotions and escape the drama, the propaganda, and all this other stuff over here to where you can actually free your life up, go fishing more, go hiking more, go hunting more, whatever you do. You can go do that more because you'll have the peace and the comfort to know what is taking place. And even if you can't contribute somehow, we got it taken care of, baby. You're going to benefit from it. And there's a way that everybody can benefit from it. There's also a way everybody can contribute. But you can't contribute when you don't have a clue of what's going on and you're selling and spewing off all this stuff that is false, fake, not real. And it's unnecessary. So I'll have this up on Rumble here shortly. Make sure, again, you're following all the correct pages and also the correct Rumble. And I also have started posting to YouTube. My YouTube is the whatever it is, youtube.com, whatever it is, but it's Derek Johnson Country. All right, that's where you'll be able to find it. If you like YouTube, I know everybody has app preferences, so I have started posting to YouTube to clarify that. So, yes, but you'll find everything on Linktree, LINKTR period, EE backslash 1776 Nation.
Hello, it's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Could we be on the brink of World War III as President Trump weighs sending Tomahawk missiles to Russia, who has said that if those Tomahawk missiles come, that would be potentially the start of World War III, right? So I don't see President Trump doing that. I think, he's, trying to get Russia to come to some kind of negotiating table. It's just threatening. Sometimes empty threats, if you do them enough, they start to deteriorate as far as like a tool in convincing people to come to the table and talk. So I don't know what he's thinking about this. Definitely sending Tomahawk missiles that are nuclear capable to Ukraine would be not very smart, because for one, those Tomahawk missiles would absolutely have to have U.S. soldiers to man and deploy them, and it would be U.S. technology that would have to be utilized, because Ukraine doesn't have that, to guide those missiles and so forth. So it's not something that I think is going to happen. But if it does, look out. All right. So let's look at, some of the things that are going on out there. Let's look at, how Russia is basically devastating Ukraine right now. I've talked about this for a while. I said that at some point we're going to see Russia just roll over the entire landscape when the Ukrainian army is completely decimated, right? And we're close to that now. So you look at several different people that cover this. The Military Summary is an excellent one. Just look at the headlines. I watch all of these every day. Not all of them, but as you can see, I've watched these videos. All right. They got the little red line. That means I've watched them. All right. Kazatsky has fallen. It looks like they made a deal, probably surrendering, going all in, Tomahawks in exchange for. So Zelensky wants Tomahawks because he thinks if he gets Tomahawks, he can stay in power, because there's supposed to be, another. They're not going to do it because they haven't done it in years. Another election, I think, in November. But they're under military, martial law. So that they can't do an election under martial law, or at least that's what Zelensky had them, or, their politicians made it so that was the case. Of course, we can always vote here, and we always have during war, even during the Civil War, we voted. So Zelensky's true plan revealed. The defense has collapsed in Pokrovsk. It's encircled. Blackout in Kyiv as Russian missile strikes on a pretty much daily and nightly all across Ukraine. They're blowing up all the power plants, all the oil factories, all the train stations. It's going to be a very cold winter in Ukraine. and they're telling people to get out of the big cities, like I've been saying here in America. But they're the reason why is because they're going to be blacked out. So it'd be more survivable, I guess, if they go to the countryside. So a new strike is being prepared. The next strike could be the last. Winter will be tough, like I said. And then they talk about all these different towns. Novokarivka has fallen. Operation Donbass Arc. Novosibirsk has fallen. Collapse of the defense. Western Ukraine under attack. So all of these, it's basically Ukraine's failing everywhere, everything, all across the entire front, and it's a massive front. It's a massive front that the Russians are forcing the Ukrainians to fill all across the front for 1,000+ kilometers, and that's basically making the lines thin. Their defenses can't be manned well, and so the Russians are just coming in and taking them down left and right. They're encircling a lot of the cities, cutting off the supply lines, and then slowly squeezing them. So here, like right here, 2 kilometers from operational encirclement. So they keep doing these pincer operations. They completely encircle a town instead of just like duking it out, straight into the town. They encircle the town, cut off all the supply lines, and then starve out the defenders. And then they make it so that there's hardly any way they can escape. And if they do try to escape, as they're escaping, they drone strike them, they artillery strike them, all kinds of. They're just devastating the Ukrainian army. Highway of death, Pokrovsk disaster. Armed forces of Ukraine lost 20 vehicles near Rodinsk. So there's a lot of vehicles that are being lost. The Ukraine hardly has any vehicles left. They have no air superiority whatsoever. All they have is drones. They're getting less and less drones. They can't stop the constant bombardment of missile and drone strikes that are hitting their major cities. They're losing everywhere. And so for some reason, they think that if they get some Tomahawk missiles, now when they had the Patriot missile batteries to protect Kyiv and some other places, the Russians found them and destroyed them, destroyed all of them. And they were supposedly America's like indestructible battery, right? They couldn't get at it because but we saw that the Russians have missile systems that are way beyond the speed of sound, and they can come in, and the Patriot missile batteries can't track them, and they'll fire 3 or 4 at one missile and take out that one missile, but there's like 3 behind it, and bam, just takes out everything. So I don't know that the Tomahawk will be any more effective. It could be, because we'll see. I don't know. Maybe they're more. They're faster. I don't know. I know they're shot from ships, oftentimes dropped from aircraft, bombers, and so forth. They're very effective missile system. So that the fact that Ukraine may get them, there's a lot of talk about it, may get Ukraine or Russia to the bargaining table. That's the intention of it, obviously, and I don't think Russia's flinching. And why would they? But they're telling America, they're pretty much coming straight out and saying that if you send those, it's pretty much an act of possible nuclear aggression, and we will meet that, right? So we saw that with the Biden administration. So we don't want to see that anymore, right? So I don't know what kind of little game Trump administration's playing here, but maybe it's just like, we're going to say this and you do that and continue to take down the Nazis and the NATO. I don't know. But it is, we have to be aware that this is pushing in a direction that's very concerning, right? So let's look at other defeats of Ukraine. It's it's a disaster in Ukraine. You think some Tomahawk missiles coming in is going to, like, save this army? 5 elite Ukrainian groups raised the white flag and surrendered. Pokrovsk lost pretty much. Let's get to the videos. Disaster in Kupiansk, Ukrainian troops trapped. 5 elite Ukrainian groups raised white flag. Pokrovsk lost for Ukraine. 160,000 soldiers flee the front, raising a white flag. Pokrovsk disaster, Ukraine fell into 3 cauldrons. A cauldron basically is where they pretty much encircle the city, and anyone that tries to escape, they basically, like I was talking about, they get droned, and they basically get blown up, right? If they wait too long. So total collapse, Pokrovsk falls, total blackout in Ukraine, 10,000 elite soldiers raise a white flag. So every day in Ukraine, it's a disaster. Russia is annihilating the Ukrainian army. All of NATO, and while the 4 years while the Biden administration was in, and they said hundreds of billions of dollars. I think they sent over $1 trillion in money that was a lot of it was laundered, of course, and then also supplies, which depleted United States supplies. So it's pretty much a disaster for NATO. And the people of France are like demonstrating because there's talk of sending troops into Ukraine. So the people are demonstrating. Good for them. It's like, we don't want this war. Same thing in the UK. So probably the same thing in Germany. I don't know. Probably all of the UK. Probably all of Europe. So Russia's Medvedev says supplying U.S. Tomahawks to Ukraine could end badly for all, especially Trump. So former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev said on Monday that the Tomahawk missiles would end badly. Medvedev, an ARC hawk who has repeatedly goaded Trump on social media, said it is impossible to distinguish between a Tomahawk missile carrying nuclear warheads and conventional ones. And this is true because the Tomahawk can carry nukes. So imagine, I don't know, Canada, they don't want to give up their provinces to become states. So Canada shoots some kind of potentially nuclear missile into the United States. What do you think would happen, right? There would be hell to pay, right? So that's what the Russians are saying. Don't play this game. This is basically not going to be good for our relations. Trump was just literally rolled out the red carpet for Putin in Alaska, and now he's going to send Tomahawks. Like I said, I'm very skeptical. I think it's just a bargain. He's trying to use it as a bargaining tool. Empty threat, right? Not smart. So yeah, I might tell him, Putin, this is Trump. And this was on Sunday. They asked him if he may offer long-range Tomahawk missiles that could be used by Kyiv if Putin does not end the war in Ukraine. So he says, if the war is not settled, we may very well do it. We may not, but we may do it. See, Trump plays this back and forth all the time. This is a psychological game that he uses, and he uses it very well. Do they want to have Tomahawks going in their direction? I don't think so. Medvedev wrote, one can only hope that this is another empty threat, like sending nuclear submarines closer to Russia, right? So I would say it is. I think Trump and Putin are like, they got some kind of little game going on where it's like, you do this, I'll say this, and don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. But you keep slaughtering these idiots, these Nazis that keep coming to your Russian front, and that's really the way it is. Russia is hardly losing anyone but the Ukrainians, and of course the people that are coming from all over Europe to fight in Ukraine. They're being annihilated by Russia, absolutely annihilated. So it is. I know Trump wants to end. He's like the peace guy, but this is something that needs to happen, right? It's like all of the crazies that are here in our states, in these big cities. Something's got to give there, right? Just like it happened in Ukraine. So Ukraine got way out of hand. The Democrats in all the big cities are way out of hand, right? I don't see us shooting tomahawks into these cities, but maybe, guys. I don't know. It's. I think it's going to get pretty bad in a lot of these cities. So it's kind of up in the air, what they're going to do. Now in Poland has basically been gearing up over the last several years for potential showdown with Russia, right? So here's a lot of gear. This is probably some kind of a dog and pony show where people come. Yep, it is. We got all these plaques out here. So you have all these people coming in and checking out all the gear that they, I guess, have or they potentially have. See, here's a drone that can be launched from this. And within here, there's probably all kind of, controllers for the drones. So there's Russia as a Russian aggression, whatever, turns west. Poland says it's ready. Warsaw has doubled the size of its military since 2014 and boosted military spending to nearly 5% of GDP. All right. So Poland, do you remember how the Soviet Union just rolled right over you? Right. So maybe that's why they want to get, bulked up with weapons. I don't know. But they're not going to stop Russia. If Russia decides to come into Europe, which there's no reason for them to come into Europe. All they're doing is protecting their border from Nazis. Ben, maybe some of these European Nazi, countries, they might have to take care of business in them, right? So I would think it's very unlikely, but if Putin were to somehow pass over and Medvedev would take over, yeah, or Russia would basically take over Europe, right? And they would take it over. There would be no stopping the Russian army because there's nothing in NATO, nothing that could even slow down the Russians if they really wanted to go in. So what Europe should be doing is making peace, making friends, and doing trade deals with Russia, so there is no war. But they keep pushing. They keep the verbal assault on Russia. They're taking away all their money and trade and stuff that there were in banks. They seized all their money. This is unprecedented for one country to do that to another country. So it's not really looking good for Europe. So the only thing that can save Europe is if a grown-up shows up like Trump, right? Because they're all children. They're all communist children that think that they can just steal from their people, and their people are going to just let them. At some point, I think the people, just like we saw in the Soviet Union, are going to stand up and push back and take back their countries. All right. So at this point, I don't know. Now, I did a special show earlier on silver. There is a massive gap in the price of silver on the basically the metals exchange, COMEX, and it's a much lower price than what the actual prices things are being sold for. So right now, silver stands at 52.80 $52.82 for spot price. And then for the futures on the COMEX, it has been going up quite substantially all day. It's almost up 10% from where it closed on Friday, since trading opened last night and into right now. So right now it's up another almost 2%. It was up over 7%. So we're almost at a 10% rise in silver, but still silver is over $1 less than spot price on the COMEX. So the spot price keeps going up, and the COMEX price is, although it's going up very rapidly, it's not catching up. So it's still going up, and I explain why this is happening on my special report on silver. So the economy there's lots of cracks in the economy, and it's not going to last much longer before it completely collapses, right? Worldwide. All right, breaking. North Carolina to redraw congressional maps to stop California. So California, everyone's leaving it. Lots of people hate the government. The vampire, who is the governor, and President Trump delivered countless victories during his first term in office, and 9 months into his second term, he continues to achieve unprecedented wins. However, now Texas just redrew some of their redistricting, and so there's going to be more Republican congressmen, and now North Carolina is going to do that too. Will it be enough, right? Now there's other redistricting that could happen if the Supreme Court passes a law, which basically says that you can't use, like, for instance, minorities. Like if you have a lot of blacks in a certain area, or Hispanics in a certain area, or Africans in a certain area, so Somalis, whatever, you can't use that lower number to basically over redistrict. And if that happens, that would free up 19 different positions for Republicans. So that would stand as common sense. Whether that happens before the midterms remains to be seen, but it looks like they're really, pushing very hard to make sure that the Democrats don't completely take over the House again. And if they do, that will be a disaster for America. There's no question about it. All right. And if they get hold of Senate again, like they did, they got hold of a House the last time Trump was in office. In the midterm, he was basically, he had the like he does now. He had obviously the presidency, the Senate, and the Congress. Couldn't get a lot done because he had all those rhinos in there. So a lot of the rhinos have been cleaned out, but the numbers still aren't high enough to push back on a Democrat surge, right? So we'll see what's going to happen coming into next year. We'll see in the springtime, how effective the Democrats are in cheating, right? And brainwashing their people to vote for them. It's a destruction of America, absolutely, if Trump doesn't get the White House and the Senate in his next 2 years, right? And it's incredible that we're coming up. We're not even done with a year yet, but we're coming up on, it usually is about 9 to 10 months out where things really start to kick for the midterms. And there's a lot of focus on that. So it's crazy. It's just like a nonstop. We're at war. We're at war with the enemy within. That enemy within is the Democrat Party and their minions. It's a mess. A lot of people still don't understand that or see that, and we want America's gone. You might as well just move, right? I don't know where you're going to move, but because if America doesn't win, then the rest of the world's pretty screwed too. But that's pretty much where we're at. America is right on the verge again of collapsing. Even though Trump has done all this stuff, he's done a lot. So I still think he's the greatest president ever. But even though he's been the greatest president ever and has done more than any other president, has kept almost all of his promises, almost. Right? You can bet if there's not a massive pushback on the Democrat Party, that will probably happen with these cities going crazy. If that doesn't happen, America's lost, right? Absolutely lost. And moving the Wolf Mother, I'm with you, Wolf Mother. I probably would move to Russia too. But if Trump doesn't win and the Democrats get control again, just like Joe Biden, to Europe to fight the Russians. No doubt. Or the Democrats will, not Putin, not. There was a time there was a someone that looked like Joe Biden that was kind of somewhat in charge, but we know that was just a figurehead. So it is going to be very interesting what happens over the next several months. All right, and we have like this 3-eye atlas, coming close to the sun towards the end of this month. It seems to be affecting the Earth and the sun. So as it gets closer, is it going to cause some kind of massive Earth change activity? So lots of different things to look at and be aware of. If it wasn't enough that we have the Democrats and the leftists destroying our country, we also have to look at central casting, as Trump says, yes, Wolf Mother. So yes, Wolf Mother. So there's a lot of central casting going on. Of course, there's a President Trump, a couple different President Trump, central casting people out there, and but the Trump administration and the White Hats, for the most part, are completely in charge. For the most part, completely in charge. Yeah, for the most part. So we just, send it good energy, send it love, hope for the best. Put our energy and push in certain areas to try and help this thing move in the direction that it needs to go. Otherwise, if we're not active, we've already seen what happens. Now, we've had a lot of people that have come back into YouTube. All right, so the messages and the information is starting to come out again. That's a good sign. But is it enough? So we seem to be winning the information war. Not completely, of course, but we're doing better. With the educational system, putting out false information from the press. It's like, wow. It's like, can we somebody sees this fake press at some point? But, I guess, here we are. The guys like me, people like me, they're out here, putting out the real and true information. It's frustrating not to see it, taking over the deep state apparatus and it being shut down. And why is that? Why is it being allowed to stay there? Are they going to use that at some point? We're going to let these people peter out a little bit and then we'll just seize it. I think that's probably what it is. I don't know. But a lot of those people are, they all work together. I mean, I love Trump, but Trump is, he's within that group, guys. Right? He's within that group. He's rubbed shoulders with all the billionaires, right? He knows them all. So if you know, like for me, I know who's bad. Can I do anything about it? No. And maybe he's the same way. He grew up, he knew who was bad. Can he do anything about it? It's so infiltrated, and there's so many, and they're so interwoven within the system. You pluck one of them out, and there's like 10,000 others that support the same system. It's incredible. It's pretty overwhelming. I've seen this system from just my perspective, but I'm not in it. I'm not in that system, having done the things that these people do, partied with them. We've seen all these videos where you got one political, like a Democrat and a Republican. They're like bickering back and forth, yelling and screaming, and then you see them having dinner together, and it's like they're old friends. It's like, what? Because that's the way it is. They're all interwoven. It's just a public display for the most part. A lot of these people, and it's to overwhelm it. It would obviously collapse the local system, which I think has to happen. So does the financial system starting tomorrow collapse? Right. I think it could be. It could be that's the thing that really starts to unwind these things. Because I tell you, it's the money. We've always heard follow the money, right? And the money controls so much. I've seen it, in all my travels, in the SEAL teams and the highest levels, and then the CIA at the highest levels. There's disgusting levels of money that's thrown around by these people. You have no idea. So if that starts to dry up from them, like it's drying up from us, I mean, everything is collapsing. So who's rich now? Who's getting rich? Are they getting richer as everything else collapses around? It's insane. I look at like real estate, and I've been watching it. It should have collapsed back in 2022, but it's been manipulated up. So I look at all the way back into like it started to recover from 2008 when it collapsed fairly well, right? And it's slowly. So I'm like, well, what was it before COVID? It was like 2 friggin' million. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So that's where a lot of this real estate is just like, now normally real estate, if it goes up 5-8% a year, that's mag. That's a great, you got a great location. But for it to go up like, 100% year, 200% year after year after year, that ain't right. All right. And so that has to correct. So we're going to see prices collapse again in residential real estate. It's already been collapsing for the last couple of years. So 2022, when I said it's done, stock market's crashing, real estate's crashing, and it all started to crash in 2022. And then it completely turned around and went up. It's like crazy highs again. The highest ever for real estate, stocks, just not everything now, because a lot of things have been collapsing, but it's ridiculously high. So it has to correct. And so I'm looking at those numbers all the way back there, and I'm like, it's going back there at some point. It may take a year, it may take 2 years, like it took 3-4 years to get to the high it's at right now. but it's going to go there. It's going back there, and maybe and probably lower, right? So where are you? Will you survive all of the crazy unwinding and wars and rumors of wars and earthquakes and all that stuff we hear in the Bible, prophecy? Where will you be? Because you're like, well, if there was a house that was going for $150,000 and now it's like, $1 million, will they go back to $150,000? Probably. All right. Unless they dumped a lot of money into it and, upgraded it and stuff like that. It might not go quite that low, but it could probably go that low, back to there and then below. All right. Below that. But do you have the wherewithal to last that long? Will you be in, if you're working for someone right now, right? If you've saved up a lot of money and you have a lot of silver, I wouldn't save a lot of money. I would have it in silver. I wouldn't have any money in the bank. I'd have it in silver. All right. I wouldn't be buying a brand new car right now unless your jalopy is like collapsing. I wouldn't be going on like crazy vacations right now. I wouldn't be buying a house. Absolutely not buying a house right now. So where would you be in another year, 2, 3 years, if you could last that long? Would you have the money? Could you plan it out where you would have the money to buy that house that went to the moon, that you're like, I'd buy that house, but it went to the moon and I ain't going to buy it. I ain't going to buy a moon house. Right? When it comes back to earth, I would buy it. You would buy it now, but where will you be in a year or 2 or 3, right? So, what line of work are you in? How much money have you saved? Or silver, again, how much silver have you saved? And if you're still sitting on money, what in the hell is wrong with you? I just want to reach through and slap a knot on your head. It's like, wake the F up. So if you have it in a bank, you might be finding out pretty soon that it ain't going to work out so good. I think we're going to see some bank failures start to pop really hard again. So think about it. Think about where you would be, what you would do in the next year and a half. If you're struggling at a job where you're barely hanging on in this job and you're seeing everything collapse in your industry, so and you're thinking, well, I got a bunch of silver. I would like use it to survive. That would be good. Back when I basically had my outing with the CIA, it was the silver and gold that I had to tap it to survive. Right. So I don't feel that I'm going to be in a survival mode going forward. I'm going to be in a mode where I'll be able to continually maintain, and I'm waiting for the opportunities. Right. And if you have enough silver, when silver starts to really take off, you're like, really take off? Yeah, it's not done it yet. All right. So when it really takes off and you're getting $150, $250, $500 an ounce, right? Can you wait that long? Because it may take a few years to get there, right? And if you can't, maybe you can buy something which don't do a friggin' mortgage. So I also looked at that house and I'm like, if I took out a 30-year mortgage, which would be stupid for me, I'm like 65. Why would I take out a 30-year mortgage? So I'm looking at that house and I'm like, let's say that I did, 15% down or 20% down or whatever. And I did the mortgage payments on this house. It's friggin' stupid. It's so stupid. I remember when I had condos, I was like, what? I paid on this condo for like 12 years, and it's like it hasn't moved what I owe in the friggin' plate on the thing. It's such a scam. So for 30 years of payments, you're going to end up paying for I would have ended up if I took that house for whatever payments, there would be like 3 times the price of the friggin' house. So if I took an $8 million house, it'd be like worth 3, 8, 6, 8, 16, 24, I think. 20, I think it was like 24 million was the total price that I would pay if I took that house, which I don't have that kind of money, but I dream big, and when I dream big, usually I do well. So I'm dreaming big. We'll see what happens. So a $2 million house, maybe, my silver, if it really takes off, I could buy that in cash, right? At some point, if it goes to 500, if it goes to, $250 an ounce, if I take that money and I put it in something else, they talk about all of this rare earth. Rare earth is bullshit. There's plenty of it. But here in the United States, we don't process it. So what if Mike and a bunch of other smart men and women decided they were going to build a rare earth plant to refine it? Because there's plenty of rare earth in the United States. It just has to be shipped somewhere else to be refined. It's like ridiculous. To China. China's got a lot of it, and I think there's some other places to do. I think Venezuela's got a lot of rare earth too. So let's say me and a bunch of other people got together. We're like, I'll put this money down. You put that money down. We'll work our asses off. We'll make this in a few years. We'll be like rare earth or less a year, 9 months. We'll have a rare earth factory. And then we're like pumping it out. And we're all like, got tons of money because, everybody's coming to us. So there'll be opportunities like that for you and for your peeps that you will probably be able to take advantage of. Because when you look back in 1929, 2008, 2000, all these different crashes, they were opportunities for those people that had the vision, right? And the people that moved in and took advantage of, the everything collapsing. World War II was like that. World War I was like that. All these different, places. I remember I was listening to this one guy. I was at a place where a lot of rich people were. I wasn't one of them, but there's all these rich people talking, and one of them, their grandfather had bought in Italy, had gone in where everything was bombed and blown up, had gone in and bought real estate in areas that were all like destroyed. Nobody wanted it. No one had money. He had money. He went in and bought all this real estate, and their family, if I told you the family, you'd be like, gee, of course, but their family became ultra wealthy from that, so from the coming destruction that's going to be happening, that's already happening in our economy and the world, will be opportunities of a lifetime. And if you're positioned with silver, that's going to go up to an incredible level. And some of you already have businesses that are going to do well. You position yourself, like I have positioned myself well with LifeWave. So that will be something that will be very successful in the future. So already successful, but be even more successful in the future. So if you position yourself in certain businesses, you can benefit from the coming turmoil. If you have that vision to see that this area will be successful, that area is going to be going away because it's already effed up. So it'll be good when everything collapses because that bullshit goes away. So, and that's part of the cleansing process that happens not only with people that are kind of like, You look at all those people that didn't make it on the other side of World War II. At least in a, Hitler. We could say, well, Hitler was one. No, I think Hitler survived. So, but Mussolini, we know Mussolini was basically hung by piano wire, right? So all of those people that were not so good to have around and were making everything a mess, they're gone now. Would Gavin Newsom be gone in the future? I think probably. And I don't know, maybe he becomes a pecan tree grower. I don't know, or if in prison or whatever. So I don't know. So there's going to be, like I said, many opportunities, but you have to really start to think about that. Don't be reactive. Don't be reactive. This now is a time to really start to consider what are going to be the successful industries of the future, and how you can position yourself in them, and how you could grow your wealth over the next several years if you're positioned correctly, and you're out of things that are not, like the person that bought that multi-million-dollar house that I looked at that it's now worth $8 million. If they were smart, they'd sell it at a fire sale and get out of it, right? And maybe they get a sucker. So that's another thing. So there's a lot of people out there that are like me, baby boomers, that have some real estate and they think it's going to continue to go up. You're not going to be that kind of stupid. Doesn't survive, right? You might be in a millionaire home right now, but you'll be in a shack going forward, right? So you need to start thinking about that kind of stuff too. If you're in a position where you can benefit from the sale of certain things, like real estate, you better get out of it. Better get out of that real estate. I've been saying it for years now, and it will get down to the wire. Things are going to start to collapse very quickly. You saw on Friday how quickly things can collapse. That was not even a taste of what's coming, guys. Not even close. So, all right. You paint beautiful artwork. That's always, Mitch, that's always, that will always go forward. There could be a time where people can't afford that, but if you were to paint things that people could afford, even though right now maybe you get $1 million for a piece of art, in the future you might get 1,000, and that might be a lot of money in the future. So you just have to be more flexible, right, with your stuff. What you're getting for things right now might not be what you're going to get in the future. Now, there is still inflation going on, but that's part of the destructive factor that's going on in destroying this economy forever and it going to something else, right? So that's all. That's enough rambling. Hopefully you guys got something out of it. And in the future, again, there's opportunity, but only for those that are thinking ahead and seeing the patterns of things, right? Those people that were in the .com businesses, that were billionaires, and then pretty much lost everything overnight. They were getting, the amazing, Elton John concerts and all kind of crazy stuff, and then it just collapsed. So they didn't see, where things were going, and they got caught in a maelstrom that basically destroyed everything they had. There were so many people like that, right? So you don't want to be that. You don't want to be in that position. There's a lot of you out there that are. There's a lot of billionaires out there that will not have those billions going forward at all, right? they'll go from billionaires to thousandaires, right? So, and that's what happens in every crash. And we're going to go through that cycle. So again, you can't position yourself to benefit and not take advantage, but to benefit and, be in a position where it's going to be very successful going forward. All right. All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Will history repeat itself as it often does with the coming No Kings protest and the 532 Nika riots in Constantinople, basically where there was riots throughout the city for days, and eventually there was a slaughter of the rioters in a hippodrome. Constantinople under Justinian I went on to become the most prolific Byzantine empire in history. So could that happen with America? Now, I don't think that, although that could happen throughout many cities upcoming, I think there could be an arrest of these Antifa, No Kings protesters. I think just get them in one place and just arrest them all. Right. So that's Mike. That's Mike, because Mike looks at history. Mike has memories of the Nika riots. Right. I believe that Belisarius, who was the general that basically is a reincarnation of Trump. Now, Trump is probably, as we've seen, far more peaceful, probably because of his history of having been Patton and Belisarius and probably some other generals throughout time. But he's been very peaceful ruler, done very good job. I think that the fact that he's been putting military surgically into the cities very early has been helping to quash what could be a lot of violence in those cities on an extreme level. I think that extreme level is coming. I think that sometimes you have to act, and you have to act aggressively. Otherwise, things get out of control, like they did with the Nika riots back in 532, and what I believe we're starting to see now in America. Same situation. History repeating itself once again. All right, so let's look at a little bit of history. First of all, we're going to look at Melania. So Melania Trump is, I think, doing a very good job. All right. I think many people all over the world see her as a great asset to the presidency. Great first lady, very attractive, very well spoken, educated. She's like that other side of things that we've seen in the past. We've seen the opposite of what Melania is pretty much in the Oval Office for many presidencies, unfortunately. So Melania Trump says back channel with Putin led to return of Ukrainian children. The First Lady said she has been in contact with the Russian leader since sending him a letter in August expressing concern for abducted children. So we know that she is very active with the children, as is President Trump. And as many of us have been reporting, that of all of the abductions of children, trafficking of children, and the disappearance of children, unfortunately, President Trump has been more active than any other president in history. And of course, his lovely wife, Melania, is at the forefront of that as well. So now, if we look back, like I talked about in a show recently, where I talk about the white hats, the red hats, and the black hats, we have seen probably back channel type stuff that's happening. Of course, it's happening on both sides. If we look at back channel type stuff with JFK, one of the reasons why we have heard that he was assassinated from people that were part of that red hat back channel, dark hat group, right? And there is I believe, a white hat, red hat back channel, right? So, so there's like, there is this little war that's going on right now, and a lot of people are being exposed to it. And I've been in combat for most of my life. I've seen the horrors of combat. I'm seeing the horrors of combat now in America. And a lot of people are starting to be exposed to it, and they're not liking it. They don't understand it. All right. So one side has to win. Which side do you want to win? Do you want your side to win? Of course, the other side wants their side to win as well. So there is this, this back and forth that's going on right now. And this has happened, obviously, many times in history. And the one that I'm speaking of, that I'm going to highlight, is a time where they're to the Russians. They use that as an excuse to assassinate him, right? The Red Hats, right? So the Red Hats, I've actually had James Files on my show multiple times, with Ole Demigard and others, where we discussed how he was part of basically a Red Hat group that came in and assassinated President Kennedy because he had gotten out of line, according to the deep state, right? So again, we're going to see this push back and forth of these factions. I think that President Trump is at the forefront of a President Kennedy-like faction now, and that he has Red Hat activity going on for the good guys now. So the Black Hats started, I believe, this Red Hat activity where they had these assassins, and they called them the 30 Assassins. James Files was one of those assassins. And he talked about how there's this whole group, and they have these women. All right. So we've had lots of people come on and talk about this, about how there's women that are basically come in and, give these guys, or with these guys, right? Kind of like a Jeffrey Epstein type situation. And Kathy O'Brien has been on my show talking about this, how they develop these girls from birth to be spies, and they pass information, they have sex with these presidents and men and so forth, and they're gathering information for the dark side, all right, the Black Hats. So the Black Hats use like Red Hats, right? So Kathy O'Brien, I would say, would have been a Red Hat that is now a White Hat, all right? I know it gets a little confusing here, but you can switch sides and you can go to the good guy side. That's what we hope everybody does, but some will not. Now, James Files, in my opinion, has gone to the good guy side, and he is disclosing about the use of he being a Red Hat by the Black Hats. All right, so he was the assassin behind the picket fence that shot President Kennedy and blew the back of his brain out. All right, so he talks about that. He's been on my show many times, and he talks about how they would use these women. One of them was for Ted Kennedy. She got out of line, and James Files and his group came in and they suffocated her, put her in the car, and Chappaquiddick, they pushed it into the water. And Ted Kennedy, after they said, you can go to the police after we leave the island, because they had to catch a ferry off the island. So they got on the ferry, and then he went to the police like 2 hours later, and everybody's like, why did you wait 2 hours? His squeeze, this woman that's basically part of the Red Hat group that was gathering information, she was getting out of line, so they had to eliminate her, right? Kathy O'Brien was going to be eliminated, and she was saved. Her daughter was part of this process too. She rescued her daughter. So it's a Red Hat, Black Hat, White Hat, Red Hat operations that are going on all over the place right now, right? So Melania Trump having a back channel to Putin, Russia, would have been grounds for the Black Hat, right, in the past. So that's where we're at. We're at a very, very interesting, inflection point in America, where one side is going to win decisively, right? So it's very important that everybody understands this process, because through that understanding, it's a shield. It's a shield for us against the deep state, right? So if we have that knowledge, if we have that understanding, then their fear and manipulations that they use to usually control people, we're shielded from it with our knowledge, right? So you need to understand how this is working. So Melania Trump back channel to Putin, leading to the return of Ukrainian children. So we're in a reveal of children being used by the deep state, the black hats, because they're innocent and they like to use them. They like to use that innocence because they're extremely bad. Right? I'm not going to go too deep into this. We've talked about adrenochrome and sacrifice and all this kind of stuff in other programs, and lots of stuff. But just understand that this is being exposed, and this is part of that process, right? It's a slow process to try and awaken as many people as possible. But at some point, in my opinion, you're going to have to do a Nika riot type situation. All right, so let's go a little bit further into history here, so that we can understand what Mike is talking about as far as like the Nika riots. So some of you, it's basically you're not that much into history, but history is very important, because you will repeat history if you fail to learn the lessons of history. So we have a history lesson that we're all up against right now, and we need to learn from it. Otherwise, we're going to repeat it in a negative way. So we want it to happen in a very positive way, like it did then. But if it doesn't happen, because it was right on the cusp, Justinian was ready to walk away. But I think it's Isadora was his wife, basically convinced them that it's better to be buried in your purple robes, which was the sign of royalty back then, than to run and live like a pauper or whatever. So it ended up being good. And that's what we're seeing right now with America. Are we going to just let them take over? Because we're right at that cusp, right? Or are we going to basically fight back, right? So there could be some issues. I think there's going to be issues in some cities. Like I've said, some cities are going to be destroyed. So what to know about the upcoming Kings protest? No Kings, right? So they're all about no Kings, which is ridiculous, because in a communist situation, the communists are the ones that are the kings, and they're worse than the other kings, right? So this is what these people don't understand, because they're brainwashed into believing that communism is the way to go. They believe that capitalism is a curse, and that anyone that believes in capitalism is bad. If it wasn't for capitalism, they wouldn't even exist, literally exist. So they don't realize that. They're brainwashed, and we have to resist these people, these brainwashed people, right? So it's possibly going to get ugly. Right? I don't think it's even started yet, guys, compared to what's going to be happening. So what to know about the upcoming No King protest? Demonstrations will once again take to the streets for No King's Day, a nationwide series of protests against the Trump administration. So that's not really against the Trump administration. It's against us that are conservative, that believe in families, that believe in good, like religion, Christianity, all the things that are like make everything great. I believe they don't like that at all, right? And so we're bumping up against that. So while protests against President Trump have not been uncommon since his first term, No King's Day kicked off on June 14th. That was the Army's 250th anniversary military parade, and also President Trump's 79th birthday. All right. So across the country, 2,000 No Kings protests are scheduled for next Saturday. 2,000. All right. According to a post from the Indivisible Project. So there are plans against major cities like Los Angeles, of course, Boston, of course, Washington, of course, Chicago, of course, Atlanta. All these are known. We know these are compromised cities and cities that I believe every one of these cities will be gone. Atlanta, New Orleans, Kansas City, Missouri. I don't know about that one, but in Bozeman, Montana, I don't believe that's going to go, but they're, going to basically protest there and maybe even riot. Planned protests stretch into Canada and as far south as Madrid, a town in Mexico. So October 18th, 7 days from today, next Saturday, there will be millions, as they say, of us rising again to show the world America has no kings and the power belongs to the people. All right. So these are communists. These are terrorists. And I think they need to be treated as such, guys. I think these people should be rounded up. Wherever they go to protest, they should be rounded up and thrown in jail. I'm just saying it, right? I'm just coming right out and saying it, right? It gets me in trouble, whatever. Somebody has to say it, and it needs to be done at some point. The sooner, the better, right? So that's pretty much what we're seeing upcoming. Now, No Kings movement issues warnings ahead of next anti-Trump protest. Warnings, because President Trump, the king, I guess, to them, has put out a lot of military into cities, and he could possibly put out more military. All right, so No Kings movement issues these warnings, and they talk about different things. Where's the article? It disappeared. Look at that. It's like doesn't want to show. How about that? Huh. It's like, no, you cannot show us. Wow. How about that? Come on. Continue, whatever. All right. Newsweek came out after me personally. So maybe this is them coming at me again. They've come in after me before in the past for posting stuff. So anyway, they're out there saying, I read their article, so I'll tell you what it said. It said that they're concerned and they want people to not get violent, which of course they want them to get violent. All right. They're going to have, this is Antifa going to show up with these guys. Antifa is a violent organization. They're the brown shirts of the Democrat Party. So they're going to use this as a way to come into these events and start riots, just like they did with the last protest we had. Not Rodney King, but the I Can't Breathe guy. Well, I can't think of his name right now. But anyway, they're basically going to do the same thing again. They're going to protest, and these protests that are coming are going to be even more violent than the ones we've seen in the past. So George Floyd, yes, thank you. Wolf Mother. So George Floyd riots were prelude to what is coming, right? So you know how violent they were. So will President Trump this time really crank down on them? He's got to do it. He's got to do it. And will his red hats make that happen? All right. So that's what I'm looking at. So the red hats are kind of like they're dicey. They're dicey, right? But you have to have these guys ready in case things get out of hand, because the black hats have their red hats, right? So we should have red hats, and I know that we do. I've seen their involvement. I don't know their group specifically, but I know I know some of the people that are involved because I see them, right? I've seen them, and I saw some of them at Charlie Kirk, the Charlie Kirk event shooting, right? That's basically moving us into the direction of where we need to be going forward, guys. Right? So, is it all pushing us into this direction that we're going to have to like really fight back against this Antifa, no kings, communist, radical, women with the nose rings type movement? It's out of control. It's out of control. And God, those women, when you bring that up, boy, do they blow up. And that's why I just said it. All right. So, wow, they don't like men at all. They make it known. So, and there are probably going to be a lot of those women that are going to be marching in these No Kings coming riots. Right. So DHS adding additional protection. Department of Homeland Security adding additional protection around Boardview Ice Center near Chicago. Now, I've seen that there also have been some fencing, some heavy duty fencing going up around Washington, D.C. Was this anticipating this coming No Kings, coming riots? And I'm telling you guys, if I would like, okay, you guys have your little protest, and we're going to make it all safe for you in this box. We're going to put up this fencing. You're going to be safe in here. You got everybody? You got everybody here? Everybody good? Remember J6? Remember J6? Yeah. We're going to like arrest every one of you. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little over the top, but that's the way I would do it, guys. Right? And it needs to be done. At some point, if we don't do it, and we don't do it soon, it's going to get super violent to the point, because we, just like we're doing with the violent criminals that are here illegally, we need to start arresting these people because they're terrorists, right? They're terrorists. They're going to tear down America. And no kings. Are you kidding me? We've never had kings here in America, jackasses. So anyway, this is part of the deception that they use to basically destroy what's left of America. We're teeter-tottering right now, and they want to push us over the edge. All right, so let's just put it in. They're getting ready. They're getting ready for the violence. Now, is it just for the No Kings event? No. They're going to have to build that wall, and that's going to be permanent until their No Kings movement is done. All right. The No Kings movement has been obliterated here in America. So I'm a very loving, humble, and peaceful guy, but we're reaching a point where we need to really start to take action. And if we don't do that, then we're doomed. All right. We're doomed like those back in 532 AD in Constantinople, right? At the time, it was a great empire, but it was just like America is now. It was teeter-tottering, right? The sports riot that nearly destroyed Constantinople in 532. Now, we've seen, sports riots in Europe. We've seen, winning teams here in America, they are the losing team. They riot, they burn, stuff. It's crazy. But it all pales in comparison to what happened in Constantinople back in 532. The Nika riot, alternatively referred to as the Nika revolt or Nika uprising. We hate our king. Sound familiar? And so they're basically going to riot, and they started rioting in the Hippodrome. Now, I've been to Constantinople. I've been to this area. For me, it brought back memories because I have been there in past lives. So it was pretty interesting to see the palace. Justinian basically came out. So the Hippodrome was central to political and social life of Constantinople. Estimates regarding the Hippodrome's seating capacity range from 30 to 60,000. Due to its size and capacity for a large audience, it was the ideal place for the emperor to address the population. Kind of like, the Roman Colosseum, but this was even bigger. So you look at that, and it was magnificent. It was the biggest in history. So violence was not uncommonly spilled outside the Hippodrome into the streets after some of these events, kind of like what we still see throughout the world. All right. So violence after these events, people get all wound up, and whether they win or lose, they cause riots. It's crazy the way the human consciousness is, but it's still the same. It hasn't changed much, has it?
I'm still not sure.
And it's going to be a problem coming up. So it goes on to fall. So the cause of the Nika riot appear to have been a mixture of simmering political and social tension. Sound familiar? These came to a head at the Hippodrome, where the emperor was met with jeers and insults from the crowd. Sound familiar? All right. So the blues and the greens sought clemency because they'd done some crimes. And he's like, no, I'm not going to do that. So they started rioting. All right. Justinian refused, leading to dire consequences. The two rival factions, the blues and the greens, who had perpetually clashed, forged an uncommon alliance. In unison, the populace, like the the Antifa and BLM with the leftist, that's pretty much what we're seeing right now, right? Uncommon alliance. So they, in unison, the populace began chanting Nika, signifying victory or conquer in Greek. This chant, previously employed to rally behind charioteers at the Hippodrome, now resonated as a collective reproach directed towards the emperor, right? The king, Trump, all right? So the seething crowd launched their initial assault on the Praetorium, the very side of the housing prison. So they basically spilled in the streets. The emperor retreated into the great palace walls, and then they started burning, just like they did during George Floyd, just like they're going to do coming up again. Once again, it's going to reach this. It's going to reach this again, guys. It's going to happen again. All right. So as dawn broke on the following day, January 14th, so this was the chariot races were on the Ides of March, right? Or no, the Ides of, January, whatever it was. So anyway, Justinian reappeared at the Hippodrome, his last-ditch endeavor to quell the unrest. This time, the emperor yielded to the rioters and agreed to the ousting of the deeply unpopular prefect, John the Cappadocian, and Castor Tribonian from their positions. By now, however, the rioters were beyond reconciliation. So give them an inch, they want a mile, and give them another inch, they want another mile. So that's what has been going on, I believe. All right. We've been giving these people leeway and giving them what they want, thinking that they will be satisfied, but they want more and they want more and they want more, and they're going to take over. And it's going to destroy everything that America has worked for the last hundreds of years. All right. A great fire spread across the Capitol, engulfing several important buildings such as the Hagia Sophia and the Senate House. The Hagia Sophia, I've been there, unbelievable. During its time, it was the most, it was impossible. No one could build what they built, but they did it, right? So unbelievable, still going there today. It's a magnificent building. The situation was made worse still by members of the Senate who opposed Justinian. Sound familiar? With the riots in full swing, they saw an opportunity to depose the emperor. So what we're seeing right now with the Senate, the Democrats in the Senate refusing to pass the bill, all right, for funding, the funding bill, and it's causing lots of problems. The Democrats didn't want to fund the military, their pay. All the Republicans did, but the Democrats didn't. So President Trump has promised that the military is going to get their pay. Very smart, right? So it ends up they chose somebody else. Hypatius was former Emperor Anastasius' son, I think, or nephew. And so they're like, he's going to be our ruler now. So they put him in Justinian's chair that he would be in. It would be like them going into the White House and going into the Resolute desk and putting somebody else there that they wanted there. All right. So don't think that they don't want to do that. They would, if emboldened, they would do that. So the rioters were crushed. Now, this is where Empress Theodora came in. So, you know, the women have done a really good job, you know, over the last several years of, you know, keeping things in line. So Theodora back then, you know, came out and basically said, hey, royal purple makes a fine burial shroud. So we need to hold the line here. So Generals Belisarius and Mundus, with the leadership of the troops, tasking them with crushing the rioters at the Hippodrome. So they blocked off the Hippodrome, just like I think they should block off those protesters, right, and arrest them. But in this case, because they had done incredibly evil things and they were very, you know, unjust in many ways and needed to have justice served to them, they went in and slaughtered them, right? So they locked the doors, the soldiers and the generals went inside. So the same grand chariot racing area that witnessed the inception of the Nika riot became the site of its brutal suppression. The soldiers effectively barricaded all exits and slaughtered those inside. When the day concluded, it had accumulated. Justinian had the ringleaders and conspirators executed, among them his rival, Hypatius. He then secured his political positions and rebuilt Constantinople. Sports riots in human history. All right. Quite fascinating story. And 6 days of riots and revolt ended. And after that, they didn't have any more chariot races. Right? So people got too wound up and too crazy. You know, it took them 5 years to rebuild the Hippodrome, but I guess the chariot racing was the end of it. No more chariot racing. There were other spectator events that they had, but other than that, that was pretty much it. All right. So, like I said, Constantinople went on from that point for another 30 years, expanded the empire. It was bigger than anything that ever, the biggest empire ever in history, right? And it was, like I said, a golden age for the Byzantine Empire. Now, remember, Constantine the Great basically left Rome and started Constantinople because he saw that Rome was corrupt and child sacrifice and pedophilia, kind of like we're seeing today. All right, so he basically built Constantinople, and then 500 years later, or approximately 400 some odd years later, they had that crazy riot, right? So 300 or 400 years later. So kind of like, you know, what we're seeing here in America, you know, the same buildup. Now we don't have any chariot races anymore, so we don't have to worry about, you know, riots from that. But we definitely have all the ingredients of what that riot caused, you know, dissension and so forth. There's only one remedy, guys. There's only one remedy. We allow them to completely take over, or stop them out, arrest them, right? I'm not going to say the other thing, but I think that's going to happen in a lot of cities. There will be slaughter in many cities, right? So, do I live in a treehouse? Pretty close to it. All right. I live on a mountainside, right? It's pretty cool. It's beautiful. So yeah, Justinian, like I said, now why do I focus on that? And why would I want to see Trump overcome that Nika-type riot, right? That we're basically in the midst of. So under the Reconquest, General Belisarius, Justinian's forces recaptured territories from the Germanic tribes, bringing North Africa. Sound kind of interesting. Germanic tribes, what's going on in Ukraine, all right? So they went on to basically conquer and bring peace and stability to a massive, widespread area. So we've heard how America could absorb Canada, could absorb Greenland, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. So that would be the same thing, an expansion of the empire, but it can't happen with these riots that are ready to happen, right? So that has to be crushed. That has to be crushed. And once that's crushed, once that's exterminated, and those people that are part of that are imprisoned or whatever, then we can move on and have a peaceful world. We will not have a peaceful world. We will continue to have these wars, rumors of wars, and on and on and on. And they will be very challenging. They will drain America, and they will destroy America. So legal reforms. So this could also be something that could come from this, I believe. Justinian is best known for his comprehensive legal code, the Corpus Juris Civilis, body of civil law, which consolidated centuries of Roman law, became a foundation for later Western law. So I think we're on the verge of reformulating the law because we're seeing how corrupt it is. And I think that's part of what's coming too. Religious policies. Justinian enforced religious uniformity, attempting to impose a single Christian faith throughout the empire. His religious zeal also led to the construction of the famous Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, like we talked about. Domestic reforms. So we have this Islamic. So being diverse is not our strength. It's never a strength and never has been throughout history. So being uniform and, working together as a team, as a culture and so forth, always produces unbelievable great achievements and golden ages, right? So I think we're on the verge of a golden age, but we can't have these competing radical forms of religion. And Islam is not a radical form of religion, but the Islamists, the radical right wing of Islam is. The Sharia law and so forth. I fought that for almost half my life. It is not good, right? And to see that seeding itself into America, I find that very disturbing. That has to be cleaned up as well. So religious reforms, domestic reforms, and I don't know how close I am to this, or there could be parts of this I'm accurate on, or if I'm completely off base. I don't think I know I'm not completely off base, but there are, because like I said, I've seen some of the actors on the ground, right? And I know those actors, right? And I know that they're part of probably red hat groups, right? Positive on the Charlie Kirk assassination. So now I think, just like with President Trump's assassination attempt, that was a captured operation. They were coming in to do something very negative, just like on 9/11, how they had put options on all of the airlines that flew into buildings or blew up in the Pentagon, or mysteriously crashed in fields with no aircraft real parts or anything, or bodies or whatever. So it's all set up. That's a deep state black hat operation. Black hat, red hat, right? The red hats, excuse me, the red hats that work for the black hats, right? So what we saw with on 9/11 was a total red hat, black hat operation, right? The red hats for the black hats. And they're, they set up the demolitions and the thermite and, the imaging of planes crashing into buildings, which is completely false and fake, right? Now, a lot of people, they get stuck. They get stuck on, they're like, well, what about the, it's like, it didn't happen, right? Like they said it, duh. All right, if he wasn't, shot, the whole thing is staged. Hello. So the same thing with 9/11. So now with President Trump's assassination, that was a red hat, white hat operation. Okay. So you need to start to make the distinction, right? So you have these secretive, militaristic intelligence groups, right? That work in the white hat favor. And you have the secretive CIA, whatever, FBI, right? Of course, the FBI is being taken back to a certain extent by Bongino and Kash Patel. So, but you have factions within it still, and they're trying to take those black hat, red hat factions out of there. So I see the CIA and the FBI as kind of like floating red hat groups, right? That can be used by either side. The red hats for the white hats are starting to really get activated and eliminating the black hat red hats, right? So I don't think it's that hard to see that now, because I'm going to continue this line because you need to understand it. It's taken me, I've seen this for a long time. I've seen this my whole career. My whole career, I've seen these operations. And I basically, oh, okay, you're with that group, right? You're with that group. But you're working along with me, and I have to work with you. Okay. And you're working with me to accomplish what the mission is of the CIA or the mission is of the SEAL military and so on and on. But there's these different factions, right? I've seen them throughout time. And a lot of them within the red hat, I would say military side, many of them are retired or they were in units and for whatever reason, they didn't quite work out well in those units. And so this red hat group, said, come over here. We'll take you in. We'll give you some good missions, and you don't have to worry about, not fitting in anymore in the other, in the the visible group, right? So now you're going to be part of this invisible group. And just like I was at SEAL Team 6 and in the CIA, I was part of invisible groups, right? Now, I was a SEAL for many years, and then I went to SEAL Team 6, and I became invisible to the regular SEAL teams because you have completely different groups you work with. Everything's more high speed, all right? Everybody wants to go to that because it's more high speed. Now, the red hats are like that. The red hats on both sides, whether it's white hat or black hat, they each have very high speed stuff, right? Very high tech stuff. And they use that for their side, right? To either take down people on one side or another, right? Just like when we took down Osama bin Laden, right? So I was part of the good guy side. Now, Osama bin Laden was part of, think about it, he was part of the black hat, red hat team. See how this works? So I'm going to continually teach you guys over time how this works. So the Now, there were elements within the CIA that were good, like myself, that helped find him. And there were elements within the military, SEAL Team 6, which helped to take him out. Now, remember that crash that happened with the SEAL Team 6 guys in Afghanistan not too long after the Osama bin Laden takedown? That was payback for the white hats, red hats, taking down their boy, black hat, red hat boy, Osama bin Laden. So they went after the good guys in SEAL Team 6 and crashed that helo. That was payback. It's like, oh, you want to F around and find out? That's what they did, guys. That's how this is bad games. A lot of you guys don't know these games. I do. I'm trying to teach you. So you have the knowledge, you have that shield, so their fear and games don't affect you. You stay true. And like the Nika riots, all right? However that happens, all right? However that happens, it has to go, all right? That's part of the black hat, red hat team. All those people that are going to be part of those riots that are coming, that's their team. Whether they know they're part of that team or not, it doesn't matter, guys. They're incorporated into that team. Some of them on a higher level are completely knowledgeable what they're doing, how they're impacting people. Some people are just dumbed down from kids, right? They're taught stupid and they just are perfect for that role, right? And they don't know that they're in a role that's really destroying America. They think they're making America better. They hate MAGA. They hate making America great again because they burn American flags because they think, we're the problem. That we make America great, and they give them a great place to live, and they resent it. It's stupid the way they think. We know that. But we can't let them have power over us anymore. It has to stop. The Nika riots, they have to stop there. They have to stop with this coming No Kings bullshit. Stop. You're going to have a No Kings get together? Oh, yeah, you guys get together. How many of you? 1,000 of you? Get 1,000 places where we can store these assholes. Right? And when they're least expected, arrest all of them. Boom. 10,000. I don't give a shit. 10,000, 100,000. Got to be done. Got to be done. All right. Now, let's go into all of the make-believe that's going on out there and try and educate you guys on how to see which side is doing what. So you can see who's the good guys and who's the people that need to go away. All right. Who needs to go away? We have a lot. We can't play with these people anymore, guys. All right. So horrifying moment captures Charlie Kirk's assassination. It's okay. It's okay. All right. But I'm gonna give you some information to help you see, maybe break free, because your mind wants to make things fit. You have fear, you have anger, and you want to make things fit a certain way. All right. And when you get shot by a big caliber bullet, 30-06, that would have blown his head off. Not made a little hole, and there's no exit wound, right? So there you go. You see that. When I saw that, I'm like, well, then now let's see what else is going on, because I know that's bullshit. All right. So who would do this? And I'm thinking. And I'm like, okay, this is probably a red hat for the white hats, red hat operation for the white hats. Because we saw how beautiful things happen. We saw, the people got together. We had that stadium that was, some people say it was reserved 4 months, or regardless of however long it was reserved or whenever they got it, it happened fast, right? Everything happened fast. Everything was planned, obviously, right? So there's so many anomalies. I can't go into all of them, but I'm going to just go into a few. From that point there, you should be okay. He was not shot. Whoever that is, whatever that is, if it's a hologram, if it's real, I think it's real. Or maybe some hologram stuff in there. I don't know. But the way everybody moved before and after, it's basically, it was a planned event. It's a red hat, good guy, white hat, planned event, guys. And which I don't think he was. I think he's still alive. I think he's within the red hats now, right? He's in the red hats, back in the background, still doing his stuff, right? So let's look at a little bit more of this. I'm gonna pull this up to a minute. At the 1 minute mark. Now, I'm not going to go into all the little details. Now, you guys, you're going to see people, they don't react to a gunshot. Now, when JFK was shot, everybody pointed to the grassy knoll and the picket fence behind which James File shot from. And police officer on his motorcycle went up there. People looked in that direction. There were shots coming all over the place. So people were looking, they were hearing shots all over. But that one shot, the people that are around there, they turned and looked. No one turns and looks at the guy that shot supposedly from the roof. All right. So lots of clues that this is not what it seems. Now I'm gonna zoom in on his neck. Right there. Focus right there.
Counting gang violence. Great.
See the flash? That's that like red pudding stuff, right? Now from the neck, all right, you have the carotid and the what's the other one? Carotid artery and the another big one. So anyway, you have two big ones there. So you have a lot of oxygen going to the brain. So I don't know, maybe I don't have enough oxygen going to my brain, so I can't remember all this stuff. So anyway, when it hit that, it should have, under pressure, it should have sprayed like the crazy hose that you would see, like when you have water in a hose and the hose burst and it sprays. That's what would have happened there, right? It wouldn't come out like chocolate pudding, right? So thick and just kept coming. It's like, wow, that's not natural, right? So, and any animal, anytime, any human in that condition, never, ever, right? So stop trying to make this fit. Stop yourself, right? Calm down, take a few breaths. Okay, now start to think, what is going on, right? What is going on? What's going on around here, right? So let's go back. So who could have put that together and done that? You just got to think. If it was the Black Hats, they would have like blown that up. Now they tried to blow it up. They had their comedians come on and talk about it, and they had all these other people come in and talk about it, but they were behind the 8 ball because it wasn't their operation. It'd been hijacked, just like it was hijacked for Trump. So all of those people that had, put options on President Trump's assassination on Monday were like, oh, no, we put in a put option, but it wasn't supposed to be for 1 million, and they got away with that. So if I put that in, I'd be like underwater, and they'd be like, yeah, you owe a lot of money. And so on 9/11, same thing. So those black hats that should have made a lot of money were scrambling, weren't they? Because it was a seized operation. Same thing with Charlie Kirk. All right. If I talk slow, maybe more people will understand. So if I'm talking slow and you're irritated because you're like, get to the point. So going back to, because, I weave this stuff in because that's what Trump does. That's what Juan O'Savin does, weaves it in. So go back to 9/11 and all those put options on the day that it happened, and somebody made a lot of money. The FBI knows who made all that money, but they haven't told us. They haven't told us. I think that's bullshit. That's because they know. Because if I did it, my name would be all over the place. Michael Jaco put in 1 million put options on United. How the hell did he know that? He made $1 billion. How could he have known? Everybody would be like, oh man, George Bush would have been, he's not with us. He's against us. Oh, shut up. Oh, whatever. So black hat, red hat operation. And, we had all the dancing, what was it? Dancing Muslims or something, dancing Arabs, but they were Israeli. Now they're trying to tie in the Israeli thing on Charlie Kirk. Candace Owens, what's going on there? So I'm just watching that. I don't feel that so much, but it is out there, right? It is out there for us to look at it and go, So I don't know. They have been an issue in the past, but are they this time? Now we have the Gaza situation. President Trump did get the peace Nobel Peace Prize because he's stopped. I mean, isn't that his 100th thing that he stopped war? Something crazy. Maybe not that much, but he's done a lot. And of course, they gave it to a Venezuelan woman that is, having people march for peace in Venezuela. That's a good thing. Now, she was really cool, and she basically dedicated it to President Trump. And why? Because he's coming in firm, like the Nika riots. He's coming in firm on Venezuela, and he could flip Venezuela. Now, President Trump getting peace in Gaza, still got an issue with Iran. That's got to be fixed. I've been in the Middle East, guys. Where did most of the terrorism and the problems come from? Iran. I'm an expert. I've been there. I know. Iran is the problem. Not all of Iran, not all of the Iranian people. The government, the Nazi government of Iran, has to be replaced. Just like the Venezuelan government has to be replaced. Now, you can exert pressure the way Donald Trump is in the cities, and on Iran and on Israel and on Venezuela. It's got all these Marines landing all around, all these ships, fire missiles, and boats, narcotic boats burning up in the middle of the water, putting pressure on them, squeezing them, right? Cutting off their funding, all of them, cutting off their funding. Ukraine, cutting off the funding, drying it up, right? So that's good. So we're seeing that. So that's a white hats are doing well against the black hats right now. But the black hats are going to use their red hats to cause some problems, cause issues. And that's going to be the No Kings riots. And it has to be crushed. It has to be ruthlessly and hammer time crushed. Ruthless. We're starting to see it with some of these Antifa and even the police. Remember, maybe you don't, but I was coming out, I was saying when in Chicago, where the ICE guys, they had 10 cars, like box them in, and somebody got out with a gun. Now they're saying that she had a gun in her purse, a handgun in her purse. Like, God, these guys lie. During that time frame, the Chicago police were told to stand down and not help them. And I said, Chicago police, don't help them. And now the Chicago police are like defying orders. We need more of that in these deep state cities. Good people, defying the deep state. So we have Chicago police now that are basically going against the rioters. Yay. Right? So I like that. I like that we can say, you don't want to help, then we're not going to help you. And they're like, oh, hell no. We want to be part of the team. You know, those guys, screw those guys. So good job. That's what we want. Right? So we're going to talk smack. If they don't get online, then they don't get helped, and then they go away. Right? Now, I like how I say that about Chicago guys. Good job. I can say that about California, and Californians were like, shut up, Mike. Like, what? Shut up what? Get your ass out there and get to work. Not a lot of hope for California. All right, so California, all the cities destroyed, right? And then good people will come in and rebuild, right? So is that going to happen for Chicago? Very good chance, but we are getting some good help from at least some of those police. Hoo-yah. Hoo-yah. All right, so now maybe that's why when I look at all my views, Chicago is one of the biggest viewers. Maybe Chicagoans really want to kick ass. They don't want Nikita riots. All right. So they're going to take care of business themselves. I love that. I love that. People, right? So we're gonna continue to see good with go forward, and then we're going to continue to see bullshit from people that are in positions of power, right? Now, you guys are like, oh, Mike, that was real. What happened with Charlie and his wife and his children? You don't know what you're talking about. All right, so let's look at some things. Let's look at what's out there recent. So these are the recent things that are coming out, but this has been a long time. And I'm going to loop it back to 9/11 because we're learning about this stuff a lot faster now. Robin Williams' daughter slams AI videos of her late dad. So we've been talking about this for a while. how like some of this stuff with, Byington, and because that was not Biden. Biden was taken out before he ever made it to the White House. Never made it to the White House, right? All right. So we saw a lot of AI. We saw AI with Osama bin Laden. There were AI stuff on Osama bin Laden, actors, just like with Biden. So a lot of these people, there's actors and AI. Watch this.
Never said this or this.
Somewhere in heaven, there's a booking agent going, he's available Thursday, but only as a hologram.
This isn't him either.
Welcome back to the Cloud9 podcast.
They're all fake. To casual viewers, they might seem funny or even inspiring. But Robin Williams' youngest daughter, Zelda, isn't laughing, pleading on social media for people to stop making and sending her these clips. If you've got any decency, just stop doing this to him and to me, to everyone even, she writes. It's dumb, it's a waste of time and energy, and believe me, it's not what he'd want. Robin Williams died by suicide in 2014 after...
Yeah, he was suicided. All right, so, and I'm not laughing about that. And was he really suicided, or did he go into Valhalla? Right, so I don't know where Charlie Kirk and so many others have gone, right? Now, this AI stuff is not something new, guys. I was pointing this out long ago, back during 9/11. So we're looking at almost a quarter century. Been talking about this. I didn't understand it. I didn't know how it was, but I'm like, there's something wrong about that plane just disappeared into that building. It just disappeared in the building. And then it blew up on the other side. Wow. So it's like seeing Charlie Kirk get shot in the neck and nothing coming out the back and black pudding coming out of his neck. And then seeing the squib blow and all those SEALs, former SEALs all around him, moving him. Red hats. All right, so let's look at a black hat operation. Black hat, red hat. So the red hats are the ones that have put all this stuff together and create this facade and brainwash people. Because remember how we would see the planes going into the buildings over and over and over again. I'm like, it's not real. It's not real. I kept saying it and people didn't like it because there's so many other people that were like brainwashed by it. And it's like, so a lot of people are like, it's a plane. They said it's a plane. Yeah. My whole family, I saw it. You didn't see it. You saw a hologram. You didn't see a plane crash in there. So let's look at that plane disappearing into that building. Look at that wing. Just doesn't look right, does it? Now that we know CGI and special effects a lot more, that wing kind of just disappears over there. And disappears a little bit more. And disappears a little bit more. And then the fuselage disappears. Then it disappears some more. And just disappears. Just disappears. Now, when you see that now, do you still believe it? How many of you still believe that? How many? How many still believe that? Huh? How many? Come on. I don't see anybody saying anything. Jugular. Thank you, James Ryan. Jugular. Yeah. So carotid and the jugular. How many people believe that plane crashed in that building? And if you do,
better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming. You better watch out, you better not cry.
because you still believe in Santa Claus too, don't you? Hey, if you still believe that the planes crash into buildings, it's okay. You still believe in Santa Claus? I did it one time. I believed in Santa Claus too one time. Yeah, they taught us how to believe in bullshit early on, didn't they? Brainwashing us from the beginning. That Easter Bunny and God, so much bullshit. They brainwash our kids from an early start. And so it's much easier. It's much easier when they get older to brainwash them. Right. So once you see it, can't unsee it. All right. So, I've been talking about the problems with earthquake activity and so forth, how I believe it's coming. And part of that is because kind of like that Nika riot thing. So, and in 2012, December 2012, we were supposed to basically have major earth change activity, and it got delayed. So more people go wake up. All right. So now we're at that point again where these earth changes are about to happen. So we're seeing a massive uptick in earthquakes moving very rapidly into some what's going to be very catastrophic, I believe, events. Now, can they be reversed? Absolutely. We haven't seen hurricanes hitting, have we? All right. So very unusual activity this year with those huge hurricanes that just I think for probably the first time. I mean, we have one or two that, curve out to the Atlantic, but every one of them, wow, that's amazing, right? Part, I believe, consciousness, part deep state, having their weapon systems basically compromised by the White Hats, right? So the Columbia River. Now, when I was a very young man, hard hat diver, before I was 20 years old, I remember my sub-rescue ship, converted ocean-going tug. We went up the Columbia River to the Portland Rose Festival, most beautiful city in America at the time. And Mount St. Helens had been erupting. And so it erupted some more with ash. I remember I was at a bar one night and we came out and there was like ash falling. Well, that ash went into the Columbia River and our ship couldn't sail back down to the Pacific Ocean because there were some areas that were clogged up by all the ash. And so we were very happy because we got to stay in beautiful Portland. Now, would I like to do that now? Absolutely. That's a hellhole. That would be like, why are you saying it? Did we do something wrong? What happened? So the Columbia River, very strange things are happening.
Unthinkable has shaken that sense of permanence. In August 2025, instruments and eyewitnesses confirmed the river's current suddenly reversed direction. Barges rocked as if caught in a storm. Fishermen stood stunned as waves surged upstream instead of down, and satellites captured the eerie sight of ripples racing the wrong way across one of America's most iconic rivers. What could cause such a phenomenon? Experts scrambled for explanations. Some pointed to unusual atmospheric rivers, massive storms dumping torrential rains into tributaries that overwhelmed normal flow. Others suspected seafloor pressure changes along the Pacific, where tectonic forces might have subtly lifted ocean levels, shoving water inland. A few whispered about something even darker: seismic shifts deep in the Cascadia subduction zone, the same fault capable.
So little subtle things like Charlie Kirk's neck billowing out. Little things, little whispers of problems coming. All right. You pay attention or you just blow it off. Right. So now big earthquakes have pushed water up the Columbia River, and the Indians have given tales. The American Indians of that area have given have tales, where they pass, down to their next generation, tales, right? Histories where the water reversed and caused flooding deep up the Columbia River, way up, right? So what would cause that? Well, when they did, they looked at the plant life and so forth, they can see that trees were ripped as if something like a tsunami had happened. And they found that, these happen every 120 years or so. And almost like on cue. And they can look back and see all that from the past. Well, guess what? We're overdue. We're overdue. And then you got the Columbia River reversing, and you have a volcano out on the Cascadia that's erupting with seismic activity all over the place and massive seismic activity all around the globe. I don't know. I'm glad I'm way inland, high up. So, liquefaction, that's right. So some of you guys know this stuff. Done your homework. Did you learn that in school? Probably not. But maybe if you were a geologist, you went through all that schooling to learn all that stuff. I wanted to do that one time. But I was like, nah, I can learn that stuff better on my own. I just do my own research and become a Navy SEAL. Otherwise, I'll probably be a football player and professional football player. And that's not as cool as a Navy SEAL. It's amazing how life takes you in certain directions, right? So Muslims attempt to murder Belgium prime minister. All right, so this happened yesterday. So the Islamists that have been invited into all of these countries to basically replace the citizens of those countries by the European Union. So when I was in, I can't say where, but I was in countries with the CIA, and we actually discovered through some of our sources that used to go around Islamist, and they discovered that there was going to be a king and a prime minister that were going to be assassinated. And we relayed that information, and then the basically the chief of station, COS of the place that where I was at the time, got massive awards from back in Virginia. So very, very good. So there are good people out there doing good things, but evidently that's not happening anymore. Right. So now, again, who would do this? Black hats with their red hats. So who possibly gave them a heads up? White hats on the red hat side, right? And maybe the red hats stopped it out, or maybe the white hats just informed them. I don't know. But regardless, they stopped out what probably would have been. So like I said, part of the work that I did was expose some of the stuff and keep some of these people alive, so that they could, I guess, bring in all these Muslim types in Nika riots, right? Nika riots happening in a lot of these countries. All right. So the other things, yesterday I went pretty deep into the stock market sell-off. So if it's a certain percentage that happens on a certain day, it's a crash. Now over a long period of days and weeks and months, a crash is more like a 25, 30% pullback, but on a daily basis, you can have crashes. And we had a crash on Friday. So President Trump came out and said 100% tariffs on China. And we found out that China is playing some games, right? China's playing some games. We got a lot of Chinese here in America. And weren't the Chinese involved in the 2020 election? And didn't that bioweapon come from China? And there's some problems with China, guys. And Trump's onto them, right? So be heads up. We might have some problems going forward. But the stock market took a little dive. Now, I think Monday, the banks are closed or something. So let's listen to this one. I'm going to play this one. And then Tuesday, they open. So we may see more of a downturn potentially in the next couple of days, more of a sell-off. Or we may get some dip buyers. 2 weeks ago that we're probably going to see a 30% pullback. And guess who else just recently came out and said that? Anybody? Right? It's hard to guess these, but Jamie Dimon says there's a 30% chance of a correction. And he said that, when was it? Wednesday? October 9th. What was that? Is that Wednesday or was that Friday? It was Thursday. So he said it on Thursday, and whoa, the next day the stock market crashes. All right. So there's a 30% chance of a correction. I'm far more worried than others. And he says it's probably closer than usual. He says dip buyers showed their teeth again on Wednesday, scooping up sold off tech stocks. So there was a little bit of sell off on Tuesday, I think, in particular after NVIDIA, CEO, blah, blah, blah. NVIDIA sold off massively on Friday. So whatever NVIDIA CEO said didn't mean anything come Friday. But simmering doubts over how much AI can keep pushing the market. Like I've said, AI is like the dot-com bust, guys. It's going to be the dot-com bust. Now, I think we're going to have a 30% pullback. And then after it cleans up some, remember I talk about how there's gaps in the market. They have to be filled. That's always the way it works. Whether it's going to be a crash that fills them or whether it's a pullback, a healthy pullback, and then another takeoff, which I think is coming. So don't get too freaked out. But it could be, this could be it. I don't know. Or it could just go up tomorrow or on Monday and just keep going up again. I don't know. But my feeling is, like Jamie Dimon's, is we're going to see a 30% correction, right? So if the market is pricing in 10%, he said, I would say it's more like 30%. So the market's already been pricing in 10% coming. And now we're seeing a massive takeoff.
Little did anybody know that Friday night, President Trump would drop a bombshell on the world and send equity futures crashing and trigger a crypto Armageddon. And get this, we saw 1.6 million accounts completely liquidated. We're talking $19 billion evaporated within minutes. And what we're facing here is a rare earth hostile letter. That's what Trump's angry about. And it's not just China slapping back. They're about to idle American factories here. They're going to put hundreds of thousands of Americans on the unemployment line and potentially even send inflation surging at the worst possible time. Now, I warned you about rotating into the dollar, and my subscribers, they're cashing in big because they got stomped out of their equity longs ahead of the move on Friday. We're already in long dollar, short euro, and even treasury positions here. Now it's not too late because come Monday, there are more liquidations are likely to happen. Tuesday, the banks reopen. Watch out for what happens then. Now let's take a look at China's aggressive.
All right. So Stephen Van Meter really on top of whenever the market really goes down, he's on it. He's really good on that, like I am. So yes, Gail, silver hit over 50. Silver pulled back because there was massive shorting positions and so forth that were being hammered. I think that we could see silver really take off now, right? If there's going to be this 30% pullback that I'm believing is going to happen, but it might not. So don't invest from what I'm saying, but just be aware, look around, be aware. So if that happens and we get a little bit of a pullback on silver, I think it's really then going to really release. So Friday, when everything sold off, the dollar, crypto. Now, crypto was really hammered. I watched it for an hour, and it was mesmerizing how much it sold off within an hour. It was catastrophic looking. Now, what would cause it to go down at that rate? Well, some of it could be, which I think happened, is a lot of people have their stuff on margin. So if there's a margin call, which I think did happen on Friday, I'm sure it did, because when the stock market goes down like that, they do margin calls. And a margin call is basically you're using, like, let's say you have 50% of your stock or crypto that you have money on it, and the other 50% that you bought is on margin. And I'm just using an example. And then they come in, the market starts going down. So that means there's not as much money that's covering the asset because it's going down. So they do what's called margin call, and you need to put in more money to cover what's, the difference. And if you're not there to do that, then they sell your stuff and to cover that margin. And that often happens in big market drops like that. So they just start selling stock and crypto and so forth, and it really drives that price down on a massive level. Now, I want to show you guys, and I think I showed you guys some of this yesterday, but I want to show you how much XRP went down on Friday. I was like, wow, it was like over 50%. Now, the reason why I want to show you that, and looks like XRP is down a little bit more today, but the reason why I want to show you that is I want to show you, because I've been telling you guys, you better be in silver, and you better start taking some of your stuff out of the stock market, put in silver, right? If it's a 401k and you're 59 and a half, get with Dr. Kirk Elliott, and he can help you get your some of your portfolio into silver. If you have other retirement accounts, IRAs and so forth, you can put some of that into silver depository. I recommend depository, depending on how much you got. If you're pretty healthy, retirement, you should have it in a depository. And I think you have to, if you have a retirement account, you got to have to put it in a depository. You can't hold it, right? So let's look at, and those of you that have extra money, you should be putting it into silver, right? Now look at that. That's XRP, right? This is a 1 hour chart here for Friday. Now it started up here. It was like 284. What was it the day before? It was at it was like $3 on like maybe Monday or something like that. It was 304, 308. So it went all the way down to 138 from 308. All right. That's what is that? 60, almost 70% or something crazy in a few hours. So if you're at work doing whatever you're doing, you're out skiing, or you're like playing whatever you're doing, or you're working hard, and somebody says the stock market's crashing, and you go look, and your portfolio with your XRP is now almost wiped out. This is coming. This is coming, right? And it can happen that fast within hours. And if you're not on it, or if you don't have stop losses or whatever, a stop loss is basically where, let's say, you don't want to lose more than a certain amount. And this can be a problem too, because you can do a stop loss where let's say you bought in at $2 and it goes up to $3, and you're like, well, I don't want to. If it goes back to $2.50, I don't want to lose any more than that. And so it sells. So that's a stop loss. So it sells when it hits $2.50. But as you guys can see here, it went down a lot more. So if it stayed down there, you'd be like, whew, man, I would have lost everything. But what it did is it went a little bit past that amount, and then it came back up. That can be a bummer, right? So this is a tough game right now. But ultimately, if you're an XRP and you're holding it, I'm not giving you any advice, but if you still hold it, I think you're going to be okay long term. But I could be wrong. I sold mine. I made a ton of money on XRP. Ridiculous. Both times, way back when it first came out, I believe, and then again more recently, I had a dream where I was like, put everything in XRP. So I put an XRP in and it took off, and I'm like, oh, thank you, God. So, and I told a lot of you, so obviously a lot of you benefited, hopefully, but it can go lower, or it can go, I don't know, maybe it could go to the moon. I don't think so. I don't think crypto is going to be our savior, although a lot of people do. It's my take on it. Every time the stock market goes down, as you guys can see, it crashed on Friday, and crypto crashed too. So eventually, the stock market absolutely is the last man standing. It's going to go down. Now, the only way that crypto is going to go up is if it breaks away and becomes some kind of new monetary system, which a lot of people think it is. I don't, right? So we'll see. We'll see. It's a huge gamble to be in crypto right now, in my opinion. So I think it's going to go lower, potentially. It could be. The only reason I go in crypto is because it's like, for me, it's like a no-brainer. I'm going to make money on it, right? I know the patterns of it. I made money, crazy amounts of money on crypto because I know the patterns. I get in before it goes up. I get out before it goes down, and I wait. And then before it goes up, I get in again. It's just so easy. Now, I don't think it's going to be easy in the future. I think pretty much everything goes down, right? So it's up for silver. It's up for silver and gold. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. And if you don't have it, you're going to wish you did. And a lot of you probably are wishing you did now, because I'm so glad. Silver. So glad I listened to my intuition this time on silver. Because the last time I was like, I get a little bit. And I was like, get the silver. That intuition was going, you better get it. You better get it. And I was like, I'll get it. I'll get it. Be cool. And then it went, woo. I'm like, dang it. This time I'm like, okay, I'm in it. I'm listening now. Tell me what I need to know. I'll tell everybody else. Maybe if I tell everybody else, I'm helping people, and God will like that, and he'll help me some more. So So that's kind of way I see it. I think a lot of you guys are going to benefit. You've already benefited if you've been listening and you got in it. I hear from a lot of you very happy with your silver portfolios. You've done really, really well, like I have. So, and it's just beginning, I think. No, I know it's just beginning, right? So hopefully you'll be able to stick with it. Let's look at a couple more things. Let's look at Johnny Bravo. I like Johnny Bravo. I follow him. He's a funny guy. If nothing else, you get a good laugh from Johnny Bravo.
Armies get all freaked out. Today was the first day that they figured out, oh my gosh, so my whole account can go to zero? I say, yes, Scott, zero. It's all gone. You have leverage. Also, good luck trying to get it off the exchanges. Those of us that have been in this market for a long time.
Yes, listen to this man. All right. So there was a time, I remember, when crypto was like selling. I had to get out. I was like, damn it, I should have listened to myself and gotten out sooner. So I'm trying to get out, and it's like, it ain't working. It wasn't working, and not good. So that's another problem that you're going to have if you have your portfolios in stock market. You'll be calling, you'll be trying to like execute, nothing's working. It's like the internet goes down, and like you saw with that huge drop, you finally get in. You're like, there's nothing left. You're zero. They close your account out because you didn't meet margins and all kind of crazy stuff.
Familiar. Actually, in just about every market crash, because I put in shorts, these guys won't let you. Actually, this article says take your funds off centralized exchanges immediately. Coinbase and Robinhood users are reporting issues selling and withdrawing their crypto. Really? Robinhood? I've never heard of this before. Coinbase? No.
Yes, both of them. Coinbase, I got out of Coinbase a long time ago. I had an insider tell me, you better get out. So I'm glad I listened. Now, I did really well in Coinbase when everything was smooth and calm. And then I saw, market turmoil, not good, because they'll shut down and they won't let you take out but so much or put in but so much, because it's very volatile. And they know that if they make you wait, they're going to make more money, right? So in the build up to this, stock market turmoil, and you're like trading. So if everything's cool and I'm trading, it's great. But if turmoil hits, those exchanges suck, right? You're going to get hammered, right? And I'm sure a lot of people, unfortunately, got hammered on Friday. So word to the wise, it's up to you. Some of you guys just know better than old Mike and old Johnny Bravo, right? So that's pretty much what I got. Hope that helps you guys out. That thing about the red hats and the black hats and the white hats, it's something that I think I'm giving the world that's going to be very valuable, right? For everyone to realize this, right? And you're going to be able to put people in their rightful categories, and it's not going to be confusing for you. You're going to see through stuff a lot faster. You're going to be like me. You look at Charlie Kirk. Hey, there's something else going on here. What else do I need to look at? And I'm just like that. I'm like that detective that's, just crushing everything. And I figured out like bam, 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 bam. So that's what you want to look for. Oh, you guys like my LifeWave? Right. So I got my LifeWave on. Right. My grip is very strong again. Right. Was a little bit weak, but now it's doing really well. And I get a lot of great stuff from LifeWave and LifeWave water, which is coming. It's light. You drink light. It's amazing. So a lot of good technologies in LifeWave. I know a lot of you guys are starting to get in. I do separate shows where I talk about LifeWave, have people come in and talk about LifeWave. So jump on those, get in those, figure that stuff out, get involved in LifeWave. I think we have the best team in all of LifeWave, and LifeWave's amazing. Have a lot of great teams, but we really help our people excel and do really well. So anyway, bottom line, LifeWave, everybody should be using it. If you're not using it, check out my website, LifeWave Michael Jaco, right? So yeah, it'll give you some insights, and if you want more info, there's an info button down there, and I have a team that'll help you out. I'll help you out. You build a business, you're going to go far with our group, guys. All right, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I will see you guys next time. Michael Jacob with Unleashing Influence Secrets. So I had have a guest coming on, and he shared with me a couple things. Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with
going
Unleashing
to,
Influence and Secrets.
All right, got that double thing going on. All right, so yeah, he shared with me a couple things, and I'm going to share the screen and bring a couple of them up, so we can look at you know, a lot of things. But he might have to explain some of these for us. I'm not quite sure about one of these. Oh, it's not the one I wanted. All right. So let me get out of that. So there's like this number 17. So 1700. There was a Navy show just the other day. There was I guess there was 5 o'clock time. Here we go. All right. So there's like this pig. I'm not sure what the pig. And there's a goat in there. Not sure what we got going on here. It's a KY thing, but a fun part of Americana. All right. So we'll have to get that interpreted, but I can interpret this one on air Q at 1700. So 1700 is 5 o'clock. This was RSBN, where they were basically televising the Navy's 250th anniversary. So as you see there, 5 o'clock, and 5 o'clock in military time is 1700. So that's a Q time. So an air Q at 1700 from the Navy on the anniversary of the famous what storm, Mr. President? I'm a slow study, but maybe something is up. So there we go. Maybe Juan wants to interpret some of that for us. That'll be fun. All right. So another thing that he shared was this video with Trump's hidden war to save the republic, the enigma of April Fool's Day. So I'm going to play a little bit of it while we're waiting for Juan to come in. When he comes in, we'll kind of like move out of it, but this is a really good video, and the beginning of it is quite exceptional. So we'll play this for a few minutes while we're waiting on Juan to come in.
A shadow engulfs our republic, its sacred vote plundered for over 2 decades by traitors wielding rigged elections and a media unleashed to deceive by the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act of 2012. A law that freed government-funded propaganda to shape American minds. As I've chronicled in Mr. President, Look to Lincoln and Act and Antifa's Fall, President Donald Trump, guided by loyal military advisors, may have crafted a grand sting in 2020 to unmask this betrayal. A cryptic clue emerged on July 13th when Trump, surviving an assassin's bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania, brandished an immigration chart with a startling note. Its bottom right corner claimed he left office on April 1st, 2020. Did he signal a secret activation of continuity of government, a Cold War plan to preserve governance amid catastrophe, hinting at a shadow war to reclaim America? This question demands answers. Consider the timing. Days prior, the Bible Reclaim America.
So here's the famous shot where they were asking about the storm, and he was like, the coming storm, and they're like, what storm? And so we've looked at this over the years. We thought that it was this, we thought it was that, and who knows really? Is the storm still coming? It seems like we've gone through many storms. Is there going to be an ultimate storm? Who knows? But this was definitely a signal. Now, a lot of the officers, from my understanding, military officers, because this is a room full of military officers, a lot of them are gone. They were relieved of command, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2. So we know there's been a cleaning out of the military on a massive scale. And that continued when supposedly the commander-in-chief was no longer in office. But of course, we've seen the 45-47, and we've seen President Trump, where he was jokingly pointing to pictures of presidents, the wall of presidents, and he pointed to a picture of the President Joe Biden timeframe, and there was an auto pen signature there, and there was no Joe Biden there. So we know that there are operations that are afoot. And I believe that we're seeing some of that operation with the shutdown of the U.S. government, which basically gives President Trump a lot more reign to put the military into these Democrat hellhole cities. All right, they can't resist. They can't resist, and as we're seeing, there's judges that are coming in and saying you can't do that, but pretty much. It's already a military operation. It's been a military operation for quite some time. We've just been letting a lot of this information be exposed.
This question demands answers. Consider the timing. Was unleashed to shut down America. Antifa's street chaos during the Summer of Love shaped their Handler's Fear campaign. Precursors to a stolen election. All tools to carry out a soft coup by globalist insiders. Think Obama's intelligence operatives and Clinton's hidden allies. In 2025, troops marched to Portland, Oregon, and immigration and customs enforcement facilities to counter Antifa's riots. New executive orders shield elections, and Venezuelan operatives are named as meddlers. If continuity of government.
So all the way back in 2020, Venezuela was pointed out as having been part of the manipulation of the vote, right, with the machines. Now it's very interesting that we're seeing the beginnings of the fall of Venezuela, because we're seeing a military operation still, which is basically going to take down, I believe, the Venezuelan government. Trafficking drugs, part of treasonous activities of usurping our elections. They were not fair. They were definitely free and fair. No, fair. And who was part of it not being fair? Who pushed that? Who pushed that? And some of these corporations, like we've seen with Facebook. Zuckerberg, spending hundreds of millions of dollars to, push illegal voting in several states where people showed up and, had backpacks full of ballots and stuffed them into ballot machines that Zuckerberg had funded. So we're seeing a lot of this stuff being exposed. President Trump invited a lot of these people or people that look like them to the White House for meetings. A lot of this stuff is going to be exposed. The people that were part of the treasonous activities of 2020, and then those governments around the world that were part of that treasonous activity that happened on 2020. So Venezuela will be one of those that will find repercussions from that.
Was triggered in 2020, it could nullify objections from courts corrupted by traitors, keeping Trump's fight within the Constitution's hallowed bounds. As a former professor and prosecutor, I offer a civilian lens to trace this legal path, blending it with military standards to reveal how Trump and allies like House Speaker Mike Johnson, who calls himself a wartime speaker, could restore the republic. Trump's own words claiming vast presidential powers and a wartime mantle underscore a commander-in-chief's resolve against a fractured government. And that's the topic for today. The enigma of April Fool's Day, Trump's hidden war to save the republic. He pointed to an immigration chart declaring he left office on April 1st, 2020, a date belied by his service until January 20th, 2021. In our premise, elections rigged since 2000 via hacked machines and foreign ballots, media hiding treason, this note sparks intrigue. Continuity of government is a classified system, born in the Cold War to ensure governance survives crisis.
So continuity of government and the right of that military establishment to protect and defend America against foreign and domestic. So foreign being Venezuela and other countries that were part of China probably as well, as we're going to see part of the steel. And we're also going to see how many governors, mayors, and health officials around the country were part of treasonous activities to steal the election of 2020. This was something that we could not speak about on this channel several years ago. It would be taken down. But now, through a process of pushing back on the false narratives of some of these social media platforms, and also in the the media, the corrupt media that pushes the deep state narrative, Democrat Party, Rhino Party, whatever, they're all one party, right? And that party is dedicated to destroying America so that some very dark elite can take over. This dark elite that has powers that belies, what we want it to have. Child trafficking on a massive scale over the last 4 years during the so-called Biden administration. Right, a shadow government that basically came in and was exposing itself to the American people and the world as being not constitutional, as being a shadow corporate entity. So we're seeing all of this being exposed. Juan has been part of that. I've been part of that. Many other truthers out there have been part of this. We've had massive pushback, and but still we continue the fight. And on a day like today, we're able to really get this information out and continue to push back on the deep state and destroy it. So let's play just a little bit more.
Like nuclear war or a coup, guided by Presidential Policy Directive 40, it allows the president to relocate leaders to secure bunkers, like Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado, or transfer power to trusted officials if Washington falls. Did military advisors, alerted by 2016 spying on Trump's campaign, exposed in 2025 by declassified intelligence reports, first, to set into motion the bioengineers' depopulation agenda, second, to create panic, to undermine his presidency and shape the conditions to rig the 2020 election.
Juanito, can you hear me, Juanito?
Nino. I mean, Jaco. Hey, how you doing there, bro?
Doing good. Playing a little bit of that, video you sent. It's pretty impressive. People were enjoying that. We're talking a little bit.
David Clement is a great friend, and
nice.
He did a great job on that video, and it was sort of an homage to subjects that I've been talking about for a long time, and so kind of a tip to him for that. But he's been in this fight for a long time. Great guy. Has like so many of us that have been doing the fight, has had to kind of wade through a lot of stuff. He was fired from his job as a university professor, and then he was up at Lindell's symposium and spoke, and that was the final straw. And so he talks about that in the video there. And then Trump loves him, so there's stuff going on in the background that he's being very appropriate, not discussing, but the work that he and others around him have done that's just extremely important, high level stuff. So great guy. We're from within the Patriot community, we are blessed to have David Clements here in our group. And by the way, I had somebody in DC yesterday made a derogatory comment. I sent the video over, and this is somebody that many in the audience would recognize the name instantly and said, "Oh, I don't want anything to do with that grifter." And I was like, "What? What are you talking about?" No, David's not a grifter, and proceeded to say a bunch of stuff that was totally uninformed, and that was pretty painful to me because it's not just David himself with his job and like that, but he's been traveling the country on the election stuff. I think he's been in 49 of the 50 states doing presentations. He got young sons, and his wife takes care of him when he's gone, which every woman in this audience knows how much of a load it puts on the spouse when the other spouse is traveling and gone like that. And they're both in. They've made huge sacrifices to contribute a lot to what's going on in the community, and so that cut pretty hard. I was pretty decisive with this person, and it really wound me up. Of one of the great heroes of this period of time for America, when everything is kind of written, is going to be David Clements, Professor David Clements. And you can see it even in that video. Let me ask you this, Michael. As long as you've been in this and all the people you talk to, has anyone that you know of ever pointed out publicly the April 1st date within this continuity of government operation?
No one. I was pretty impressed with that video. That was well put together. The man's a genius. Yeah.
Well, and part of it, you kind of have to understand, he was not a true believer, if you will, in the whole idea of a military operation taking place here in plain sight. And so he went out and he did his own research and came to these conclusions. And so with that in mind, you're seeing some original work on his part. There have been others, and I'm aware of it, that have pointed out the anomalies of April 1st forward, and Trump actually stepping away from his role as the president and into his role as the commander-in-chief within a continuity of government. And of course, I've pointed out to audiences for a very long time that Trump never gave up the nuclear codes, never conceded the election, etc. But I think the way that Professor Clements has presented this is beautifully done and unique. And then he also doesn't have, from his style, he doesn't have the bombast, the flamboyancy. It's a fairly considered professorial approach. And so that's what I like within our overall community is so many different personalities. The Nino, you yourself with your military background. And let me I want to mention this. You and I haven't spoken since the Charlie Kirk assassination. I think your role in presenting well articulated concerns and even decisively stating that it cannot possibly be what has been presented was very important in helping a lot of people to slow down and think about what's being foisted upon us. Now, probably the only place that I would disagree with you potentially on, if I know where you are on this, was that Charlie survived this, and I don't believe that's the case. But the theater in the way this was done, and the falsehoods that have been foisted on the world through this event, it's becoming impossible to stand by any of the original narrative. And something horrendous has occurred, and it's the use of the media, the event, the flamboyancy of the event to try to capture and redirect the patriot movement energies, etc., by some of the monsters, and to capture what we have as far as this, movement. And you've been doing, heavy lifting. I hear about it from all different quarters, and I just wanted to, hat tip to you. You're one of my heroes, because there's lots of people that have some knowledge. There's very few that have it at so many different levels of expertise, personal experience, and then the willingness to weigh in, make some hard statements that you can stand by, and then stand by them. So big hat tip to you, bro. I just wanted to get that in right off the bat. So I appreciate you tremendously for that.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Juan. Yeah. So, we'll see how that works out. I'm not really, I don't have all the answers, but, I can just use my professional insights and point some stuff out, and then people can make their own decisions. That's what we're all about, I think.
Well, but there's so, I had to get a little sip of something to keep my throat wet. There's so much that isn't making sense in this whole thing, outside of the people that did it, exactly what's going on here. So we're looking through a glass darkly, but we've certainly got plenty of people that have become truly experts, stepped forward in so many ways with so much detail from their own expertise to show why it couldn't possibly have happened the way that it's been said, and to power through that. I am just amazed within this community, the broader community, how many different expert disciplines have come into play in this one thing to try to wade through what we were told happened and the theater of what actually occurred there, and trying to get to the truth. I believe that Charlie, and there's valid reason to question. I'm pretty personally convinced that he actually, so many weird things. No autopsy, seriously.
Yeah.
Destroy the crime scene, seriously. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So, that's one of the things that we can do. We can just help people do the critical thinking, just ask those questions. But I love the direction that we took it. We being the Patriots, we definitely made that a beautiful, statement. And I think it keeps moving forward. It's, if anything, if they try to come in and destroy the Patriot movement and cause a rift and cause infighting and cause some kind of civil war type thing, I think it completely failed there.
Well, let me ask you this. What's your current thinking? Do you still think that he's alive somewhere? Is that where you've gone in your view of this with everything you've seen?
Yeah, I think that he's probably part of, and I don't know this, no one's told me this. I just, just deductive reasoning. But what I think is he was removed from the scene, and I've seen some people that are there, former Navy SEALs and so forth, that were part of that. So I think there was maybe some kind of other agenda that's going on there to remove him from the scene and put him in a protective situation, and another military group that's out there. Are those your vehicles?
Oh yeah, I've been sitting so much over the last couple of days. Needed to get up and move around
Wow.
for a minute.
Beautiful.
So yeah, that's almost perfectly restored 59 Skyliner I've had for a while, and it's an excellent car. I mean, I haven't, I'm so busy. I've parked a lot of stuff and haven't even touched it for years. That's an ultra rare supercharged 56 Sunliner. My very first car I personally purchased at 13 years old was a 56 Sunliner. And but this one is like the Eleanor of Eleanors. It's with the right data stuff on the data plate. It was delivered as a supercharged 56 convertible. So it's one of those ones where when you do it, you have to do everything exactly perfect. And I've had two restored over the years, and so it's a project. Someday I want to get to it, but you can't do it half-ass or,
Yeah.
It was a black and white convertible. Some of the other stuff. Some people might remember these little AMC four-wheel drives when they came out. These are cool little cars, and that's an ultra low miles one. It's only got, I think, 36,000 miles on it.
That's
and
nice.
the K car with the turbo 2.2 had open to charge battery a little bit ago, but that's a fun car. The Avanti. This is really a pretty cool hot rod here. That's but I drove that one for the first time in many years, just to go get some gas in it, get some fresh gas in it, and didn't have time to wash it up. But
that's impressive. I've never even seen that style before.
I got the cars, so.
Yeah, get some nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, I got.
What is that? What is that first car you were focused on?
Well, that's actually it's kind of a car. It's actually based on the 20s, but it's if you look at the doors there, that's they built these cars around that, and they did it with LTD up in Santa Barbara. These types of bodies on the LTDs up there, and I was living in Montecito at the time, and I remember going to a friend's house who had actually manufactured cars at one point, custom cars, first American sports car. And so I was at his house, we were talking about it, and I told him what the price was on it, and I forget the name of the boxer. Fought Frazier and Ali, and I can't think of his name right off the top of my head. Anyway, he was coming over dinner and he had his brand new Clanet. And I told my friend, well, they sell for, I think at the time I said $29,000. And he said, there's no way you can build a car. I know what it costs. There's no way. I says, no, they're selling the parts off these LTDs from Ford. They got to deal with it. He came over and he had this beautiful tan Clanet two-seater. They made a four-seater later, but a two-seater that looked a lot like this, and it was a fun car. And I've had Chad went to after he sold it, and that Clanet at some point in my life. But I just enjoy the Clanet was a convertible, and this is a hardtop. It's very fun car to drive. But anyway, farm trucks, you gotta have trucks for farm, right? So it depends on what you're doing. If you're moving livestock or something, you really don't want to do it without a dually and then the other one like that. So, but yeah, fun stuff. I have a two WS6s, which are the hot rods with the Corvette motor. This is just a grocery getter convertible. These are rare. This is a wagon, AMC wagon. It's only got I think 80,000 miles on it. All original. We got the original wheels in the back. Actually, those wheels for the Shelby, but that's kind of a rare Shelby too. I've got a '66 red Shelby with white stripes, and then I've got this one because it's kind of fun. It actually looks horrible, but it's only got 60,000 miles on it too. It's perfect shape, original. Every option that you could have on it. So kind of fun. And I got 4 more garages kind of with various stuff, but I'm just trying to. I don't get to be here that often because we're just so much in the fight. So it's kind of grinding because they just melt in the ground if you don't do a little bit with them. And I have to throw, anti-mouse stuff. If you look around underneath every car, my main reason for even coming by today, other than, I wanted to charge up one of the batteries, is the mouse stuff so that they're not getting into the wiring and all that. I have a friend, one of the Hollywood actors, and the mice got into his car, his Range Rover. He had it parked at somebody's house for like 3 or 4 months. And he got back to his car and they had completely eaten the wiring out. And so his 8 or 9 year old Range Rover 4-wheel drive was completely totaled from mice eating all the wiring.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah.
Do you ever read those books by Clive Cussler, Dirk Pitt books?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You totally remind me of that. I love these cars. That's great.
Well, I was over a few weeks ago and checked on my Shelby and a couple of the Bentleys.
Oh, wow.
I thought of that there too. There's stuff that I haven't even started in forever, but I've pickled the engine. So when you do that, you don't want to just go start them. You pickled them for a reason. Pull all the plugs out and put some stuff in there to keep them wet. But there's so many things carburetors, the seals dry out. I had to put air in the tires on this one here because it's they're older tires and like that. You might have a bad valve stem or something like that. So we're down, in a year and a half, they were down maybe 10 pounds. So that's coming down for whatever reason. And so there's just lots of stuff that in the fight, like we're in the fight, and I know you have kind of a similar thing probably. When you're so deep into it, this stuff just has to go to the wayside. You just cannot you just have to put it out of your mind. I'll get back to it whenever. I was thinking about, for example, on the Skyliner, that's a retractable top. The whole top comes down and goes in the trunk.
Wow.
And they don't like to sit. So there's actually behind the rear seat back, there's 20 electrical relays. And if anywhere in this thing it runs into a little bit of resistance, it'll flip the switch. Well, you gotta kind of use it once in a while. So when you push the button, the trunk lid comes up. Then the top comes to a certain point, and a position or portion of the top in the front folds over, and then the whole thing comes down and goes in the trunk. And there's a tub in there that's, if you want to put something in the trunk, it has to be inside that tub. And the whole thing comes in, then the top has to come down. 20 electrical relays. And if any of them flips, you gotta pull the seat back off and, clean it and put it back, and then figure out before you try to restart it, why did it flip? Is there something that doesn't have lubrication or whatever? In other words, they don't like to sit. If you use it every day, if you use it, once a week, even once a month, it's fine. But when you just leave them sit for years, it doesn't work. And of course, when the fight started hard back in 15 for me, a lot of the stuff gradually became less and less where I could do anything with it. So, they've sat for a very long time. but I don't feel the luxury to go back and deal with it. But I know that there's all sorts of patriots, like Professor Clement. He's got 2 young sons. His wife is taking care of him while he's on the road, and he's not making any big money. There's people who donate a little bit so that he can cover expenses to come out and present on the election stuff and on the, working strategies for J6ers and like that. That all cuts into your time. Even when you think of, well, he's home. Yeah, but then he's taking, even to put together the little presentation that you just showed your audience, the prep, the research, the setup, the scripting. And he's now doing I think a weekly show there too with other similar stuff. So I hope people will go look at that. But at the end of the day, think of all of the people that are out there putting stuff aside like this. I think